everyone. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Apologies, as usual, for the late start, but I took a look through all the donos, and looks like everyone's given what they want for the commentary for this event, so I'm calling it officially. This is going to be my last day of commentary for the European Team Championships. We did not do commentary for the earlier match today, so that was the first match that we missed, I think, in the whole event. Funny hand in front of us. I'll get there in a second, but I do want to thank everyone who has donated and has contributed to make this, make this event happen. Because originally I wasn't planning on doing it. I honestly didn't even know that it was going on until someone mentioned it in the chat a while ago. And I'm happy that we ended up doing it. But I am sticking with my promises on it. So, as the donations kind of ran dry towards the later stages of the event, that means commentary has also dried up a little bit. So we got 2 more matches today. Kind of a brief update on the standings. Things have become all topsy-turvy a little bit. And there's still, 3 or 4 more days to play after this, maybe even 5 days to play after this. But we have a new team that has entered the top 8, which is Spain, in fact, overtaking the Netherlands. But there are 15 teams. I guess I should put it differently. Outside of the top 8, teams 9 through 15. So there are 7 teams that are within, 3/4 of a match of overtaking Spain for that 8th place spot. So still a lot of potential for the standings to get shaken up. This round in particular, we don't have a ton of very interesting or impactful results in the standings. Obviously a lot of these teams that are in the 8th through 15th positions can get shaken up a little bit, but it does look like the top 7 teams have kind of solidified themselves. At least they're well ahead of the rest of the pack. But anyway, with all that said, this means that Spain is going to have an interesting day or several days ahead of themselves, as well as Netherlands, who has just, kind of been bouncing around that 8th place position ever since the 3rd or 4th day of the event. But here we go. We're checking out Portugal against Denmark, which Denmark, I think, is in 7th, maybe. I just had the standings up, and I closed it, and now I have no idea what's going on. But I do believe that Denmark is currently well-positioned, and Portugal is one of those teams that I think is battling for that 8th place spot. We also haven't seen Portugal at all yet. I know that some people in the chat the other day were saying that Palma is quite a strong player. The name sounds familiar to me. I may have played against the guy in the past. I'm not exactly sure. It sounds like a bit of an older player. To some extent. He's not the younger Rombo or Dennis Bilda or that sort of generation, I don't think. But anywho, so this is going to be our first glimpse at Portugal, I believe. And currently Denmark has picked up an overtrick imp on the first board. So board 18, 5 diamonds got doubled, which is Don't worry, I'll figure this out. I can't tell if it's a good result. Four spades has some potential. North, south. I imagine four spades might not make. Spade by south. So south has an 11 count. Oh, you know what I've forgotten to do, as always? I've forgotten to take a look at YouTube chat, just in case YouTube has said anything to me. But as usual, they like to be lurkers. Matthew asks, can we do an individual bet on channel points? I don't know what that even means. Like 1 versus 1? No. I can barely do normal channel points. Wagers. I mean, Sweden will definitely be in the top 8. If that's if that's one of the questions. I'm pretty sure they will end up there. So spade 2, no trumps, 3 clubs. Not sure system-wise. Hey, Rosemary. Good morning. Let me pull up convention cards just to see if I can get any insight as to what was going on in this auction. I mean, 2 no trump is just some sort of at least limit raise sort of thing happening. It looks like North intended their hand to be exactly a limit raise. Otherwise, you would expect North to splinter in diamonds because they have the perfect shape for it. So it sounds to me as if South showed more than a minimum opener, which I would agree with. The spade suit is really bad, so when you originally open the South hand, it is very minimum. But when your partner shows 4-card trump support, the fact that you have a weak spade suit becomes a lot less relevant. So then you can look at the other features of your hand, and King, Queen, 10, 4th of clubs is an excellent side suit. Ace, Jack, 9 of diamonds is an excellent side suit. And the singleton heart is obviously great. So we got Bilda and Schultz for Denmark, just pulling up system summaries. And for Portugal, we have Diaz and Palma, whose convention card is written in font so small that I can barely read it. Well, North-South kind of getting a little bit fortunate in terms of the opening lead. East decided to duck the King of Diamonds, making Declare's life a little bit easier in the contract. Was just able to take spade finesses then, set up the club suit, but only 2 losers. Ace of clubs on side, King of spades on side. No issues whatsoever. Two spades opening by West. And they don't play multi, so this 2 spades opener it's not like a split range sort of thing. Three heart overcall by North. I mean, North with the singleton spade, ace, king, 6th of hearts. It's actually quite a reasonable 3 heart overcall. Only 12 high card points, but the hand is exceptionally strong in terms of playing strength with 6-4 and your high cards and your long suits. East bids 4 spades. preemptive. Singleton heart, 4-card spade support. Probably expects it to be a good save against 4 hearts. And South does have a problem. I mean, South has a ton of values, so he knows this is his hand. The only question is, should he be doubling 4 spades or should he bid on to 5 hearts, given that he has heart support? The king of spades is not a good defensive asset. I mean, it's not a good offensive asset either. His trumps are weak also, which is a big concern. Like, sometimes this 4 spade bid could be based on a hand that, I mean, it probably has trump length, right? So it's expecting to save over 4 hearts, but it could have some defensive assets in the heart suit itself. Like, imagine if North's hearts were a little bit weaker, ace, queen, 10, 9, 6th, and East happened to have king, jack, 3rd, then 5 hearts would look maybe down off the top if South bids it. To put everyone in chat's mind at ease, I'm not going to set up a prediction that I will have to later, like a week later, come back and review the results and then figure out who won the prediction. So I'm willing to put up predictions that I can determine the outcome by the end of the stream, but I cannot determine if Sweden will qualify by the end of the stream. You'll have to go through your local bookie to set up the wager. So South had a difficult choice, decides to double. And that looks like the wrong decision here. They will collect 500. I expect. I mean, a heart, 2 clubs. 2 diamonds. Sorry, I'm pausing because there are some potential issues for Declare if a 3rd round of clubs gets played from South. He'll probably end up roughing with the queen of spades and then roughing a heart to take a spade hook. That would be my guess. But 800 is in play. Unfortunately for North-South, as the cards lie, it's impossible to take less than 11 tricks and hearts, and 12 are available if Declare takes the restricted choice finesse in the heart suit after seeing the queen of hearts fall. Which I think Declare probably would have ended up doing. It wouldn't be that insane for East to bid 4 spades with a holding of Queen Jack Doubleton of Hearts, but the fact that East only has 4 trumps and would then kind of indicate that East is pretty likely to have a flat hand, I think makes it a little bit more likely that East has dealt a singleton for this type of action. So that singleton's probably in the heart suit. So King of Hearts lead. Now 2 rounds of diamonds have come. So diamond to the queen holding and a low diamond back tells North that the ace of diamonds isn't cashing. South is returning effectively a count signal in diamonds. If he had King Doubleton remaining, he would have cashed the king next. So North is doing really well on defense. North can now switch to the 9 of clubs. And South should trust that his partner knows what's going on in diamonds as well. So South, when South gets in with the Jack of clubs here, shouldn't try and cash another diamond. He should just go ace of clubs club. But I think Declare is mostly going to be in control at this point. Like, was there some weird double dummy way to actually beat this? 3 tricks? I don't think so. Like, if North leads a club to the Jack, and then plays a diamond over to North, who cashes 2 diamonds, and then a club to the queen, and then the ace of clubs. No, because South just doesn't have an entry. I mean, if South were able to get in twice, because Dummy's entryless, Dummy needs to ruff a heart to get over there to take the spade finesse. But North has both of the heart honors. Anyway, there could be a swing on this board. It feels a little bit more like this might just be a push. South took kind of a relatively safe plus 500. And that might happen in the other room as well. I expect a similar auction up to the point that South has a decision to make. Wow. So board 18, we had some fireworks. I mean, the one we came in on, Dennis opened 3 diamonds on Jack 10, 9, 6th. First seat favorable. And effectively out 3-3 in the majors with a singleton club. The other table got to 3, no trump down 4. They also opened 3 diamonds. It got alerted over there. And West, I think, understandably, decided to try 3 no trump, figuring that their partner was pretty likely to have the diamond king, given that they had ace queen third. Now that didn't get doubled, because in this scenario, you know, South is only looking at a 12 count. Against 5 diamonds, South could be a little bit more complicated, or a bit more confident about the double, because they're looking at a potential spade trick, probably a heart trick, and a guaranteed diamond trick. So it was never making over tricks, which means the worst that could happen is they go minus 550 and they lose 4 against 5 diamonds making in the other room. And in the best case, maybe the opponents have just like massively overstepped and they get a big penalty, which is what happened here. But against 3 no trump, that kind of line of reasoning doesn't work out. North has no idea if clubs are running, probably expects they aren't. And South just doesn't have enough values or tricks to defeat 3 no trump. So Portugal's in the lead 3-1. Maybe we're in store for another uneventful set. Ooh. So the other table did reach 5 hearts. Let's look at that auction. 2 spades, 3 hearts, 4 spades, double. And in that room, North decided to pull the double. Wow. That seems like a crazy decision to me. Because North actually has a decent amount of defense. It's not as if North's hand is like King, Queen, Jack, 10, seventh of hearts, and a side King, Queen, fourth. In which case, you might take no tricks on defense. North has two aces, and the King of Hearts may well cash. A lot of the times, your partner's not going to have heart length when they double like this. So, big decision from the Denmark North, or Danish North, in the other room, earns them 5 imps. All right, Palma, gonna pass in first seat. They do play multi, but that North hand is just not worth a multi-opener, red versus white. So 2 passes around to South, who has 16. And we'll see if they elect to open a no trump with these types of hands. If I'm correct that Palma and Diaz are a little bit older than some of the other pairs in the field, then I would tend to believe that they'll open a spade with hands like this. Rather than a no trump. So there's the spade opener. West can overcall 2 clubs. And, I mean, North has a couple of options. He could pass. He would have responded if West had passed, but now that West has kind of taken the pressure away from him bidding, his partner was in third seat, and he doesn't have a fit for his partner's spades, so despite having a really nice heart suit of his own, he's not obligated to take a call. He can wait and see if his partner has values, and his partner might be able to balance back in. Alternatively, North could have made a negative double over 2 clubs. But I think I like the decision to pass. 2 no trump by East, kind of hoping that West might actually have stuff for the 2 club bid. And it turns out he just doesn't. Jack of Spades is going to be a friendly lead for Declarer. Because now Declarer gets to win the Spade King, knock out the Club Ace. Clubs are splitting, in fact. I wonder if he's going to think for a minute, because it could be correct to lead a low club towards the king. You'll expect on auctions like this that South has both the spade ace and the diamond ace. Now, he does decide to unblock the club suit. It wouldn't have cost on this layout, when South has ace doubleton of clubs, to lead a low one. You would pick off the singleton ace with South, but things become a little bit more awkward when South turns up with ace third and ducks the first 2 rounds. You go club to the king, club to the jack, and now you have to open up one of the pointed suits to get back to dummy to set up clubs. So Dennis goes with the practical choice of hoping that the clubs split, which they do. A 10 of clubs by North, count signal, showing an odd number of clubs. They're playing upside down count. And then the 8 of clubs, since North has already confirmed the presence of both the 8 and the 4, is suit preference. So Diaz might shift to the Queen of Hearts here. Diaz might shift to the 8 of Hearts, I guess. Maybe thinking that if he can get his partner in and partner can lead a diamond through, that could be important. So sometimes right to switch to a low card from Queen Doubleton. I think it's pretty rare, but the situations where you often want to do it is where, like, for example, well, there are cases where you want declare to guess, right? Like if dummy has the king jack and you want to make them guess the suit, you switch to low from Queen Doubleton. But if dummy also has like ace king third in the suit, it can be right to lead low from Queen Doubleton, because if you lead high, declare wins the ace and then your partner gets in, they might not be able to lead away from the jack to continue setting up the suit. Big moment right now. South does cash the spade ace. That's a really big play, cashing the spade ace. Because if he didn't, the 9 of hearts stopped the heart suit, and Palma was only going to be able to take 3 heart tricks. All of dummy's spades would go away, and dummy was set up with a diamond and 4 clubs to go. So 2 no trump goes down 1. In the other room, 3 clubs went down 1. 1 club opener, West actually decided to... So 1 club, I guess, was strong over there, looking like it. West decided to preempt, which makes a lot of sense. Kind of amusing how, depending on the system, West's hand either becomes like a good 2 club overcall or good overcall at the 2 level, or a preemptive bid at the 3 level. Can be shown the same way. Dennis in first seat. 10 count. Not opening at these colors. So we'll see 2 passes go around to West, I have to imagine. West has 14, but opens a diamond in third seat. Their no trump range is good 14 to 17. So a diamond, a spade. South will stay quiet. Oh, God. Okay. South is not staying quiet. That bid... Yeah, okay. West senses blood and has decided to pass the double, which is... I mean, for one thing, it denies 3-card spade support. So if North happens to mastermind this and leave it in, Dennis will know he might have to run. But West, with so many extra values, kind of senses blood. Two clubs looks like it probably should have had an alert associated if it's... Or maybe it was a misclick by the view graph operator. No. Okay, never mind. Actually, North is just 2-2 in the round suits and decided that he was going to pick one of his partner suits. Oh my god. Yeah, double by South. You say hearts and clubs. I say take out of spades. Like, to me, double shows diamonds. I mean, it doesn't like suggest diamonds, but I would expect at least like 2 diamonds from south for the double, so that north with a hand like this can bid 2 diamonds and be like relatively comfortable that they're in an okay spot. But I do agree with you that double seems absolutely insane on the south cards. If north gets doubled in 2 clubs, north can run to 2 diamonds. I suppose. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, especially if for north-south the double just shows like hearts and clubs, then north doesn't have a way to bid 2 diamonds naturally. South might believe 2 diamonds is like a Q bid, showing extras. It's hard to always get the opponents when they've made a mistake. So even though East-West looks like they might have had a penalty available in either, or in any suit that North-South ended up in, just weren't able to get it done. It should still be a nice result for them. A no trump will make East-West. Probably with a couple of over tricks. So will Dennis work out to put the jack of clubs on the table at some point? I think the answer is probably not. But maybe it doesn't matter. No, it's going to matter. He's going to get unplayed. What's going to happen is Dennis will just cash the king of hearts and then play the last spade. And if Declare roughs with the 7 of clubs, that's going to force the king. I guess if Declare doesn't rough, then West is going to get forced with the 6 of clubs. Either way, Dennis will get end played in trumps to lead away from the jack of clubs. Like, in theory, East-West can hold Declare to, what, 3 tricks total? The ace of spades that Declare has taken and 2 diamond tricks. Dennis could switch to the jack of clubs, pull all of the trumps. Sorry, unblock the king of hearts, pull all of the trumps ending in West's hand, and then cash the queen of hearts to pitch a loser from East's hand. But this defense looks pretty natural. Declare pitches a heart, so West gets to rough with the 6 of clubs. West can play back a heart, and Declare can pitch as well. So I guess that means Declare is going to take 4 tricks. He'll get 2 more diamonds. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. What if West plays the queen of hearts back? Hold on. I guess there's some... Okay, I was going to say there's some chance that Declare might misguess the club suit if Dennis gets in and puts like a big club on the table. Cashing that king of clubs was pretty revealing. Oh my god! Why is everyone playing in their, like, I guess North-South had a 7-card spade fit, but what is going on? It's a push at down 4. South opened a heart, North bid a spade. South bid 2 spades. Okay, that auction makes sense to me. I mean, South opened a 10 count, but at least they ended up in a reasonable position after opening a 10 count. 2 spades down 4. Wow. West had 14, just not good enough to overcall a no trump, and East had nothing to say. What an amazing push. South's got a 14 count here. Again, there are no trumps, 15 to 17, so South will open a diamond, or a club, I guess. Oh, I see. I was just briefly looking and it said 1 diamond is 4+, but it's always unbalanced. So 1 club could contain 5 diamonds. If South's hand is balanced, as it does here, they play transfers over their club opener. So a club, a diamond by North showing 4 more hearts. A heart by South showing the weak no trump type hand, 11 to 14, with 2 or 3 hearts. 3 hearts by North looks like it's forcing with 5 hearts. And so South should just bid 3 now. A 3 no trump looks like a pretty easy contract to play. West'll likely lead spades or clubs. But I guess either way, Declare is going to get in and will realize that all of the black suits are stopped well enough. So can just go King of Hearts, run the Jack of Hearts. Eventually use diamonds to get over to dummy to cash the long hearts. Long thought from South, which is concerning to me. Maybe South is worried about having like a complete maximum in terms of high card points. Because I assume 3 hearts is unlimited, which is a little bit sad. I mean, just like convention-wise, it's a little bit sad that you have to jump to 3 hearts with unlimited hands that contain 5 hearts. Because you take so much space away from your partner. Like, if you have extras, you know partners' values, but you don't know about partners' controls. Like, if North could have 18 and South might have 3 aces, then maybe they want to be in slam. Anyway, South has bid 3 now. And West does decide to lead a high club. Choice of leads definitely between the black suit. I think either a club or a spade is probably fine. Maybe a club makes a lot more sense after the long hesitation, because one thing South might be worried about is if South's looking at Queen Doubleton of clubs, then South could be concerned that no trump isn't a great place to play. But I guess we just saw on board 21 that South wasn't interested in opening no trump with the right high card count. But 5-4, so maybe South is unlikely to be 5-4-2-2 with Queen Doubleton of clubs. Either way, on this layout of the cards, there's going to be no issues for Declare. It's all about over tricks. Has anyone opened a no trump with 5-4? I don't recall. I think I've seen it once. It's certainly popular among American players. And I'm a huge advocate for just always opening a no trump whenever you can. Oh my god. The other table got to 3 no trump and made 12 tricks. That feels like a lot. South opened a diamond over there. West was able to make a takeout double. Redouble by North. East bit a spade. I mean, I don't understand bidding no trump as South. You have 14. You have 3 spades. If your partner wants to double a spade, you're pretty happy. Partners redouble suggested penalties. But South bids a no trump. 3 no by North. Spade lead. King of hearts. Heart, diamond over. Oh, I assumed Declare was going to knock out the Queen of Hearts immediately. How could they possibly have made 12 tricks from here? South or West pitched the ace of clubs? West knows it's safe to pitch spades. Why would West pitch the ace of clubs? Dithey says redouble might be a transfer to hearts. Interesting. I see. Okay. I understand. It's probably not great to give up a penalty redouble. I would say this is one thing that the Americans do really well, or like a lot of the American pairs that were featured in like the semifinals and finals of the USBF Open trials, is they understand auctions where you can score penalties against like 1 level and 2 level contracts, and they get very rich off them, and it turns out to swing a huge number of imps. Being able to just collect like 1100 against your side's non-vulnerable game is a huge swing. So this is an auction where I think it's just you have to have a penalty redouble available. Otherwise, you're giving up too much. Especially when players are making takeout doubles with hands like this. I mean, I would make a takeout double with the West hand, but that doesn't mean that I'm always going to get away unscathed. Sometimes the opponents just have you. I mean, they might have had him in one spade, despite the opponents having an 8-card spade fit. Pull 3 rounds of trumps. Where are East-West tricks coming from? I guess they'll score a spade, 3 clubs, and 2 more roughs. So 1 spade would have only been down 1. But you can imagine that, sometimes West is 3-4-1-5 or 3-4-2-4, and East-West actually have nowhere to go with this East hand. So 11 tricks on board 23. One imp going to Denmark there. North opens a club. Actually quite unusual. So it looks like this North-South pair does really stick to like a strong no trump, like the traditional style, where this North hand, it has 15 high card points. Their range is 15 to 17. North could have opened a no trump, but 4-3-3, no aces, and his long suit, his 4-card suit being his weakest suit, he decides to downgrade it into the 11 to 14 range. Dennis, opposite end of the spectrum here, overcalls a heart with King 10-9 fifth. Double by South, probably 4 or 5 spades. 1 spade by North, showing 3. I mean, I'm not sure I understand the 2 diamond bid, but maybe it's just some sort of game force. South does have 12, and if his partner's going to be opening mostly sound hands, then South's hand is certainly a game force. Jack of Hearts is probably a working card as well. Either East has the king queen of the suit, or his partner has one of those honors and the Jack of Hearts will still take a trick. Dennis leads a club. Probably just to be passive. I mean, he might have led a diamond instead. He realized that hearts was not the right opening lead. The opponents bid 2 no trump, 3 no trump against him after his 1 heart overcall, so he gave up on that idea real quick. A spade was out of the question. The opponents have 7 spades between them. So I think it comes down to whether or not you want to make an aggressive lead against this auction or a passive lead. And Dennis decides to go passive. Spade to the queen. West wins the ace and continues the club suit. I don't understand what West is doing. Why is West stripping himself of all of his entries? He's never going to get back to the clubs. It looked really unnatural to win that first round of spades because the ace of spades could be an important entry. And additionally, West also knows what's going on in the spade suit, right? His partner has a small doubleton. Yeah, I mean, whatever's going on, West has clearly blundered. Maybe he didn't understand the opening club lead. I'm going to look at their convention card. Dennis led middle from 3 small. It looks like they lead either top of nothing or second from 3 small against no trump. But maybe more relevantly, what do they lead from king? What was it? 7-5-3? King 8-5-3? Oh, it's gross. Dennis could have started with king 8-5-3. But in that case, like, wouldn't he have won the king on the second round of the suit? Sorry, I was not paying attention to the clubs. I mean, something insane happened. Club to the queen, spade to the ace, club to the ace. Okay, yeah, maybe not. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to play the king on the second round of the suit. No, he would. Because the 8 of clubs would have been high. Anyway, I guess this just feels like a lazy defense from West. I don't know why he won the ace of spades. But also Declare knows that Dennis has the queen of diamonds. So Declare might be worried. I mean, he knows Dennis has the diamond queen for the overcall. Since Dennis has turned up with nothing in clubs, nothing in spades, and at most the king of hearts. It looks like no matter what Declare does, he's going to make it from here. Heart to the jack. He's just kind of debating, like, should I play a diamond to the king or should I play a diamond to the jack here? Both of them work. So he'll eventually lose a long spade and the queen of diamonds, but he'll have his 9 tricks in. Oh. That was not the play. Now he has to play a diamond to the king. And he does. I don't understand cashing the jack of spades. This is the strangest line of play to make the contract. But I guess Dennis is then played into giving Declare the heart queen at trick 13. I think Declare was in control. But it's probably not the way that most people would have played or handled this end position. It did work out, though. It definitely worked out for him. So plus 400. This has not been the most high-scoring match. It really hasn't. But 3 no trumps should have gone down on this hand after Dennis's club lead. I will say some of the blame must fall on the system choice in terms of opening leads. They play like attitude leads where, yeah, and I've seen this on a couple of these European convention cards, where from like honor 4th or honor 5th or whatever, they say like the lower spot card you lead, the better your holding is in the suit. I've never seen that before, which makes me think either it's like this brilliant new revelation that the European players have come up with, or there's a reason why people aren't playing this type of lead system. But I've seen it on a couple of cards, or maybe I've seen it on Dennis's card multiple times. Either way, that was part of the confusion. So the 5 of clubs effectively would have been like the weakest club holding with an honor. So King 8, 5, 3, Dennis was allowed to lead the 5 to say like, yes, I have an honor, but my club suit is bad. Club by North, 2 clubs by South. Looks like a transfer to diamonds. And now South will be able to show the game force. East-West have not been able to get into this auction in spades. The 2 club bid actually preempted East-West from finding their spade fit. Although it does seem like at these colors, 4 spades would not have been a good save against very much of anything. So North has a heart fit. I bet North raises hearts here. It looks like 3 no trump might be the best spot on the north-south cards given this distribution of the east-west cards. But if East had the spade ace, for example, then 3 no trump would quickly go down. 4 hearts has some good play. And I guess is pretty likely to make. I mean, I think 4 hearts is probably the best spot single dummy to get to on the north-south cards. I'm not sure I understand the 2 spade bid from North. I suppose it's probably some sort of asking bid at this point. South's 2 hearts should be game forcing. Or maybe South's 2 club bid is game forcing. Ah, South's 2 club bid is game forcing. Gotcha. So I'll take my best guess as to what's going on. It looks like 2 spades is probably asking. 3 clubs probably shows more diamonds. I don't know the alert on 3 hearts, but that's probably confirming the heart fit. So I believe South is going to Cupid spades. Or maybe make a non-serious slam try if they have that available. Because if we take North's king, queen of spades and put it elsewhere, then slam might actually have some play. Oh, never mind. Looks like I'm way off. I mean, this feels very relay auction-esque, which, without explanations, kind of makes it impossible to interpret what's going on. Dude, everything's just being alerted. How could 4 hearts possibly be alerted? The other table reached 4 hearts in the north. It started a diamond by north, precision style. North-south in the other room are precision pair. 2 diamonds by south game forcing. Once again, east-west were frozen out of their spade fit, which probably good news for them. Because if the auction had started like a club pass a heart, or a club pass a diamond showing hearts, or I don't know systemically like what South would be able to do, then West would come in with a spade overcall, despite the vulnerability, maybe. And East may well just bid 4 spades with 5 trumps, and that would be 800. All right, who's declaring this one? South. So West gets to ask a bunch of questions about the auction. I think as West, I might lead the ace of clubs, hope to get a club ruff, and score the queen of hearts as well as the spade ace. Okay, that's an exciting alternative plan. I mean, it goes along the same lines. We're hoping to get a club ruff, but now the club suit may well be blocked. I like the idea of leading a low club. I just think that we beat the contract on so many fewer layouts of the cards. Well, I don't think it's possible that East will have ducked the ace of clubs here. This is going to be really unusual for Declare. Good technique, playing the 6 of clubs, concealing the 3 spot. But yeah, that 4 of clubs is definitely low from something. It could be low from ace third or ace fourth. So very possible that club ruff is outstanding. But I don't believe that he thinks that East has the club ace anymore. Because it would be way too risky for East to duck the ace of clubs if his partner could have a singleton. I don't know if South has patterned out. I'm not sure what any of these bits mean. So maybe if South had already promised exactly this shape, 0, 4, 6, 3, then East could duck the ace of clubs from ace fourth. But Otherwise, I think East would have to win the ace to try and give his partner club ruff. Declare plays a heart to the jack. Well, that's going to do it, right? Now West cashes the ace of clubs and gets a suit preference signal for diamonds. The 7 of clubs from Dennis here asks for diamonds. Oh, Declare dumps the 3 as well. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that. Heart to the jack play. It almost seems better to me to just like play on diamonds, give up a club ruff if it's happening, but then effectively just play for 2-2 trumps afterwards. Alternatively, you could just go ace king of hearts and then play on diamonds. But I suppose you might go down on some 4-1 trump splits, which I guess playing on diamonds immediately also goes down on 4-1 trump splits. So yeah, maybe it's just better to cash the ace king of hearts and then go king queen of diamonds. That feels like a pretty... it's a good line of play. 3-2 hearts, 3-2 diamonds. You make the contract. But 10 imps go the way of Denmark. East passes in first seat. South does get to open 2 diamonds if he wants to, as a preempt in either major. So there it is. This is 3-9. Which means I have to imagine North is just going to bid... I was going to say 2 spades pass are correct. He does bid 2 spades pass are correct. I'm less certain that this is the bid he actually wants to make now that I'm thinking about it a little bit more. Wow, Dennis comes in with a takeout double over 2 spades. I don't wish ill will against anyone, but I really do hope that Dennis gets severely punished for this takeout double. I think he will. I mean, it would just be such a mastermind by West to have some sort of... I mean, first off, they would need to have a better minor Lebensal bid available to no trump. But for him to choose that instead of just bidding 3 diamonds, or instead of choosing diamonds as the suit to play in... I just want to see some blood. This has been a really slow match up to this point. 10 imps did come through for slightly suboptimal. I mean, like, a really cute idea of underleading the ace of clubs. Like, if West had led ace of clubs in a low club, I wonder what Declare would have done. But with West leading a low club at trick 1, maybe Declare got led into this false sense that clubs were just splitting 3-3. And so it was safe to, like, try and hook the hearts. Maybe if I could have interpreted the opening lead signals on their convention card, I could help out and let you all know. But I can't. These cards are just unreadable to my feeble American brain. Oh my god, what is 3 clubs? What? No way. Ah! How can they not get doubled for this? Oh, this is just the worst feeling. I hate this so much. I like how the chat commentators are like, great bid from West. 3 clubs isn't a good bid. Oh my god. What a disaster. It looks like it's still gonna gain them, what, 9 imps? 4 spades down 2 in the other room, and this is going down 2, probably. I mean, how sure are we that this is actually going down 2? Might someone get end played until breaking the heart suit? A heart to the jack. It was Declare's last time in hand, so I guess this makes some sense, although Declare should know that this is never going to work, right? The 2 spade pass or correct bid is known to be a doubleton spade, so North can't also have a doubleton king of hearts. Yeah, I'm not sure about that heart to the jack play. Anyway, I suppose as long as North-South are a little bit careful, they will always be able to beat this 2 tricks. Ten of diamonds return is a nice play. Just clarify the diamond suit for North. Now I think Diaz should switch to spades. His partner could easily have a singleton. I don't think it's so likely given that he led the king of diamonds, but it doesn't really hurt. If North has the singleton king of spades, South will be able to get in with the club ace to give his partner spade ruff. I have noticed that this North-South partnership actually does a pretty good job of giving count signals when they're leading through Declare's hand. The 8 of spades was 3rd best. So club to the ace, South will continue spades. Queen of spades over to North's king, who can then pull the last trump and exit in diamonds, eventually scoring that king of hearts. Ace of Hearts, heart. So there's down 2. 9 imps going the way of Portugal on this one. I mean, look, if you're not going to get punished for making doubles like this or overcalls, then you should keep doing it, right? You gotta base your decision making on the opponents that you're playing against. Maybe that was part of the factor why Dennis did decide to double back in over 2 spades. (6-5) in the majors from West. South will pass. So I wonder what West is going to open. West doesn't even open. Is hopeful that he'll be able to show both of his suits at once. A good idea in theory. So no trump passes around to West. Finally, he gets to come into this auction. Can bid 2 clubs to show both majors. East-West do make 4 of either major. Okay, give me a second. Oh, okay. I got it. I understand now. As a past hand, they're playing Meckwell. Double is 1 minor or both majors from West. 2 clubs by North. Double by East says show your hand. South is going to raise to 3 clubs. I mean, at least. So 3 clubs by South. West will bid 3 hearts to show both majors. Very important bid from Dennis here. Oh my god, West doesn't just bid 3 hearts. West bids 4 clubs. West is like, I've had enough. But Dennis doesn't know what his hand is yet. It could still be single-suited in... I guess it can't realistically be single-suited in diamonds, right? West would have preempted. Okay, I now understand. So Dennis bids 4 spades, figuring his partner has to have both majors at this point. I guess you lead the Queen of Diamonds as South. Ace of Clubs doesn't feel like the right lead after that 4 club bid. I'm guessing it's not always going to have a void in the West hand for 4 clubs, but I think quite often it will. You could lead a trump, but this doesn't really feel like the type of auction where a trump lead is really going to damage the opponent's ability to score heart roughs. So yeah, I like the Queen of Diamonds. Let's just try and set up some tricks on the side suit. Other table also reached 4 spades. Let's see how they did it. West opened a heart in second seat. That probably would have been my choice on the West hand. But I think it's all just based on your style. If the hand's just not good enough to open, it's not good enough to open. You can't really preempt. I think preempting the West hand is a big no-no. Your spades are way too good, so even if you're thinking, like, let's just preempt 4 hearts and get to a major suit game, I think you're losing a ton of imps on average by missing out on some spade fits. Got 5 boards to go. And then when does the next round start? I think there's still like a 30-minute break that we're going to have to endure. The next round starts at 4:50 local time. Now I need to do math. So it's like an hour and 10 minutes from now. Yeah, an hour and 8 minutes. I mean, we still got 5 boards to play, which tends to take probably about half an hour, so we'll have half an hour in between sets. Schultz opens 3 diamonds. You know, we gotta compare, though. If you say, oh my god, how could he open 3 diamonds on that? You were not around for board 18 when Dennis opened 3 diamonds on Jack 10-9 6th and out. Effectively the same seed and vulnerability. So 3 diamonds all pass. Declare seems to be in pretty good shape with the ace of clubs on side. He will have a heart guess for an overtrick, but he'll be able to get back to his hand to pull trumps by roughing a spade high. I actually expect he's not going to have a heart guess. I think the Jack of Hearts might hit the table at trick 2. Okay. Declare lets the King of Spades hold. So heart to the king. North is going to have to win the ace here. I mean, the 9 of hearts count showing an odd number means North should know that hearts are 4 triple 3 around the table. But there's just not much hope for the defense. And I think Palma knows it. He continues spades. So Declare can stick in the 10. Is Sweden having a difficult time? We will take a look at the scores after this set. See where the teams stand. You know who else is struggling? Spain. Spain playing up against Bulgaria, and they had a short-lived berth in the top 8, but currently they're down by 26. Matt, as usual, being very overzealous, trying to hammer home his point, trying to get people to jump on the bandwagon of now that Nickel's not around, he has to come up with a different country to hate. So Sweden seems to have taken the mark. I mean, Sweden is like a match and a half ahead of 8th place currently, even with the current round in the books. So it's not impossible for them to fall out of qualification, but it would take a lot of work for them to not make it through. Netherlands has been struggling. I mean, they're back in 8th place currently, but their performance has been a little bit shaky. Declare just claims taking the club finesse. Plus 130. $12 highs in the North. North gets to open a club. The weak no trump. Dennis has decided not to make a takeout double with his hand this time. I mean, this hand kind of feels along the lines of the types of boards that he would be making takeout doubles with, as we've seen earlier. But he lets it go, feeling maybe a little bit nervous after that previous board 26, where it could have been a lot more expensive than only 9 imps. So club, a diamond showing 4 or more hearts, a heart by North showing a weak no trump, 2 or 3 hearts, 1 no by South. I guess one of the disadvantages to this new style of transfers over a club is with the one of a major showing 2 or 3 hearts, it's really hard for South to pass with a bad hand, because you might be in like a 4-2 fit. The original incantation of these transfers over a club had one of a major showing 3 and other bids showing like the weak no trump, like bidding 1 spade, like one of the other major, or a no trump would show the weak no trump. So you could play in like a 4-3 fit at the 1 level if South had a weak hand. You could also play in a 5-3 fit at the 1 level if South had a weak hand. And it makes it a lot harder for the opponents to balance in if they don't know that you have an 8-card fit. But anyway, so this, I guess, forces South to rebid a no trump. Matt says you can play 1 spade over 1 heart as a relay to 1 no. Yeah. Usually nice to have the strong hand declaring in terms of protecting some opening lead values. Okay, the 8 of clubs lead from West just like confuses me once again, because on their card, it looks to me like from a 4 or 5 card holding, they never lead second best with an honor. At least that's how I'm interpreting their card. It says honor and then a bunch of X's, and the second X, or like the one after the honor, is not like bolded or capitalized, and the rest of the X's are capitalized. So they do lead second best from 5 small or 4 small, but I don't know. So I have no idea what's going on with the East-West opening lead agreements. Yeah, Matt, you're obviously right. The huge payoff, as everyone has pointed out to me many times about this new sort of system of transfers over a club. Well, new to me. This was not around when I was playing 10 years ago, is that you can then rebid a no trump to show 18 to 19 balanced, and you aren't forced to the 2 level. That is the huge win, of course. Hey, Rob. In the other room on 28, West did not open their hand. East opened a club, a spade, and no trump, showing, I guess, 15 to 17. And West decided to bid 3 no. South got off to a spade lead even. And somehow Declare still wasn't able to make this. The 9 of spades held trick 1. Declare unblocked the diamonds. Played a heart to the king. Uh-huh. Declare needed to play a heart to the 10, right? 6 diamonds, 1 heart, and 1 spade is not good enough. Wait a second. This should still be fine, no? 6 diamonds, 1 heart, 1 spade, and 1 club is good enough. Oh my god. Dummy got end played. Oh, okay. Huge miss. Huge miss for Portugal in the other room. Sorry, is 1 no trump interesting on this board? It kind of looks like Declare has very little trouble making this contract, but I guess I've been wrong before. East-West have taken 2 tricks, and now they're setting up 3 more diamonds to go with their ace of hearts, king of clubs, and another spade trick. Maybe this contract just has no play. See, we needed to be able to play 1 heart on the north-south cards. That contract might have made, being able to ruff some diamonds in the north hand. Yeah, Declare is just not taking very many tricks at all, is he? Alright, 10 of diamonds holds. Another diamond comes through. Declare finally gets to win the king. He'll probably pitch a club. I mean, it looks like pitch a club, lead the king of hearts. I know you're not too happy about trying to tackle spades yourself. Okay, declare pitches a spade. Yeah, see, now we're put in a position with the king of hearts holding that we have to play on one of the black suits. And we should know, based on the opening club lead, that the king of clubs is offside, which means it makes a lot more sense for us to play on spades. This is why I thought pitch a club, because we're taking a spade finesse into East's hand, so we don't need the six of clubs to protect the club suit. I suppose Declare can even exit the jack of hearts. I mean, Declare is just in trouble at this point in the play. But I don't think the jack of hearts exit costs, kind of hoping to end play East if hearts were 3-3. Well, West didn't cover the 9 of clubs, which is strange. Ugh. That was not great defense from West there. Now Dennis needs to cash the heart ace, or else Declare can make this. So he does cash the heart ace. Now he can end play dummy with a club. I mean, he can also play back any other card in his hand, which would work out equally well, but end playing dummy with a club seems simplest. So 5 tricks. Down 2. I guess Declare was always in trouble, but... Okay, hold on, really quick. Because this hand looks boring, there's a bunch of balanced hands opposite each other. I'm sure they'll be in 3-no trump when we get back. Take a look at this defense. So 6 of spades lead. Declare wins a spade trick, has 6 diamonds and 1 heart to get over to the diamond suit. So all he needs is 1 more trick on the outside, right? Unblocks the diamond suit, leads a heart over to the king. North wins the ace. And now North shifts to a low club. And this might not be like the technically best thing for North to do. Like, North could have switched to the jack of clubs, which I think might be a little bit more effective if his partner had king 9 third. Because it would be like a surrounding play on the 10 doubleton. Kind of. I don't know how to describe the exact play, but he could have done that. Declare needed to play the king of clubs on this trick. And this feels like a pretty big miss to me as Declare, because you can see the defense that's going to happen if you duck this trick. The opponents are going to cash the black aces and then end play dummy, which is exactly what happened. Declare ducked this trick and figured, oh, I'm in great shape now. There's nothing South can do to prevent me from scoring a black suit trick. But South played back a club, then a spade went to the king and ace, and there were no more tricks played, but what happened was South now was able to... South was now able to lead the 9 of diamonds. Dummy wins the queen, but is then played into leading away from the queen 10 of hearts. Crazy. Declare had 3-no trump made if they just flew the king of clubs on that club switch. Scary to do so, but All right, what did I say? We're in 3 no trump. So that could have been a big swing to Portugal. Opening lead, Jack of Spades. Dummy wins the queen, and now Declare is going to need to cash as many tricks as he can. Looks like he's going to be in good shape, though. The queen of clubs is on side. Clubs are splitting. The queen of diamonds is on side. Diamonds don't split, but he'll be well up to more than 9 tricks at that point. What? Okay. This is an interesting take. I mean, I guess East can't have a 6-card spade suit. They would have preempted. So this is always going to be safe. And could result in getting a better count on the hand, as well as like applying some pressure to the opponents when they have to discard. So West's first discard is a pretty revealing heart. The thing is, Declare is also putting pressure on himself because he has to discard. Like, he can pitch a diamond now, but then what does he pitch from dummy on the next spade? If he pitches a heart, West can just continue pitching hearts. Then there's no threat in the heart suit. And if he pitches... well, he can't really pitch a club. That would block the club suit. If he pitches diamond, then the north hand gets squeezed on the 5th spade. I mean, there's probably some way to untangle this where it's like Declare can pitch a diamond from the south hand on the next spade and a heart from the north hand, and then all of his chances are still alive. But this feels like a very convoluted way of declaring the hand. It might be okay. It just looks unnatural to me, I guess is the way to phrase it. But this isn't the first time that I've seen, or that we've seen, a little bit of an unnatural line of play from either north or south in this partnership during this set. I forget the previous board. Wherever it was. Oh, that's because I'm looking at the other table's results. I think board 24? Now, you know what? I just don't remember. But I'm pretty sure there was some unusual line of play that was taken that we saw earlier. Wow, Declare threw a club from the north hand. Actually, that makes sense. He only needs 1 extra trick, right? So it's always safe to pitch 1 club from north's hand and 1 diamond. What is West signaled for? I think West has mostly just pitch the cards that he has to. He has to save Queen 3rd of clubs, and he has to save Jack 10 4th of hearts. So he pitched a heart and then pitched a diamond. Five of Hearts is an unusual spot card to play from that holding. You know, could have played the 4, could have played the 7, but chose the middle spot card. Just to muddy the waters a little bit, I suppose. So I think Dennis will... Well, Dennis right now is thinking about squeeze possibilities, right? Because he wants to try and make sure that Declare actually has to do some guesswork on his own about which finesses to take, rather than just giving Declare like a free squeeze opportunity. But he does switch to hearts. So a heart goes around to the... I think West should play the jack to also like throw a little bit more confusion into the way the play is going. Heart to the king. But now what? Ace of diamonds, the 10 falls. Diamond to the king. On that trick, West got squeezed in the round suits. So there will be a show-up squeeze in clubs. The club to the ace. Queen of hearts pitching a diamond. And now North has a full count on the hand. I mean, a very cute line of play. I don't know if North thought about all of this when he played back a spade at trick 2, or if just like it looked natural to him to play back a spade and hope that the opponents ran the spade suit so that he could reach an end position similar to this. It can be the right thing to do to play back the suit at the opponents, force them to run some tricks or cut their communications on hands like this. So it's not like an unheard of line of play to play back spades at trick 2, but for whatever reason, this hand, it just feels unnatural to do so. South has 12, gets to open a heart. I suppose North will game force with 2 clubs. Or, sorry, were these the players that played these like transfers in response to their one of a major? Yes, they do. No, they don't. Yeah, so North will be able to bid 2 clubs, which is at least forcing 1 round. And then Dennis will have a decision to make how many spades to bid. I think 2 spades is enough on the East End. You're favorable, you could probably get away with a 3 spade bid. But it's a little bit scarier, given that North's 2 club bid might not necessarily be game forcing. You don't want to bid 3 spades and get doubled and find out that North had a 10 count and South was minimum and they were on their way to a part score. So I think I like just 2 spades. Make sure you get that lead direct in if the opponents end up in no trump. This is not a very friendly hand for North-South. If they end up in 4 hearts, I think they're going to be in massive trouble. Three no trump might make. Actually, it seems pretty likely that 3 no trump will make, because Dennis can't really set up his spade suit. North-South are just going to come to 5 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 diamonds. Or 5 clubs, 2 hearts, one spade and two diamonds or something like that. Oh, VuGraph operator lets us know that they're having some technical difficulties with the tablets. So players are on a short break, which will give the other room time to catch up as well. We'll see how Declare plays board 30 in the other room. I don't believe that Declare will take the same line of play as happened here. Norway's now leading. Ooh. So Switzerland might have some competition. Maybe no surprise to everyone that Switzerland... I guess Italy also has some competition then, right? Because Italy was in the lead coming into this round, I think. Or maybe Switzerland was. Those are the top three, though. Norway, Italy, Switzerland. Finland has moved up. They're currently in 8th. Netherlands 9th. France in 10th. Followed by Spain, Israel. Portugal has fallen. This match has not helped them out. It would be so much of a different story if they had made 3 no trump. Yeah, there is a big gap between Switzerland, who's currently in 3rd, and England, who's in 4th. Hopefully play will resume soon. Man, Spain is really struggling against Bulgaria. They're down 25 in that match. Still just a giant clump of teams now from 8th to 16th that are all within, well, 20 VPs of each other, or almost 20 VPs of each other. Italy and Sweden is heating up. Ooh. Yeah, Sweden's a good team. I mean, I wouldn't like to be the person who voted on Sweden getting knocked out of the top 8 by the end of this event. Okay, here we go. We are off to the races on board 31. South opens 2 hearts. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, South opens 2 hearts because their multi is 3 to 9. So this is an intermediate 2. 10 to 13. So North was just able to bid 3 no trump. And Dennis never got a chance to bid. He gets off to the Jack of Spades lead, which he might be pretty happy about seeing this dummy, but unfortunately for him, his partner only has a singleton. Now, Declarer is going to be a little bit afraid of this opening spade lead. But he can't really afford to duck. Because even if the spades are 5-2 and he ducks correctly, East is just going to go ace of spades, spade, and then he would need West to have both of the missing aces in hearts and clubs. That's gotta be way less likely than either the defense just like doesn't figure out what to do, like Declare leads a club at trick 2 and they do the wrong thing, or this sort of situation happens. Ducking the spade really feels like suicide, but I guess we'll see what Declare does. It's not like impossible for playing low to be correct, right? Dennis could have started with ace jack 10 fifth and no outside aces, and West has the ace of hearts and ace of clubs, and then you look like a genius. We have seen some unusual plays from North, which have, I think some of them have worked out in the past. But here we go. Club to the king. Club to the queen. So I think Dennis is just going to lay down the spade ace because that's got to be his best chance. But I wonder what's going to happen if Dennis just exits a club. I think it's pretty unlikely he exits a club. But if he does, Declare only has 8 tricks, 4 more clubs, and the ace king of diamonds. And Declare might be worried that the defense missed an opportunity to cross in hearts and put spades through. So if Declare goes after hearts, West might win the ace and play a spade and he goes down. He might fall back on the diamond finesse to make, and then he would go down. I just don't see Dennis realistically exiting a club here. That almost feels like a give-up play. But if he does, like, a hard exit is going to give the show away. The king of hearts is either going to hold the trick and then Declare will just cash out, or West will win and then play back like a diamond or something. And now Declare knows that there's no risk of the queen of spades. Or the spade suit running against him. The other room we have a result in. 3-no trump making 4. South open to heart. Wow, West overcalled 3 diamonds. There's the ace of spades from Dennis. Huh. East let a low spade at trick 1. The 7 of spades held. Looks like Declare just cashed out for 10 tricks from there, as they did here. So we have a push board. Denmark is up 7 going into the last board of the set. Everything could change on this last hand if there's a game swing. I mean, if Portugal wins 12 on the last board somehow, or wins 13, they could put themselves back in qualifying position. But as of now, Denmark is getting the job done, maintaining their spot in the top 7. That's kind of how the field's grouped itself. I mean, there are the 3 medalists that are out in front: Norway, Italy, Switzerland. But places 4 through 7 have also kind of cemented themselves above the 8th place competition. So West opens a club, East bids a spade. No trump by West, 13 count. I was going to say, if Palma wanted to get in on this action of overcalling light, he could come in with 2 clubs here. Oh, okay. Okay. He doesn't. It would have been so against what we've seen thus far from them, where he even downgraded a 15 count out of the 1 no trump range. Wow. East with 9 decides to relay to 2 diamonds and let it go. Diaz now making a little bit of an aggressive call, 2 hearts. As I usually say, doesn't tend to pay to compete for part scores at imps. Yes, 2 diamonds was making. Looks like maybe with an overtrick. But even if you escape in 2 hearts and it goes down 1, not going to be a huge win for your side. If you get doubled in 2 hearts, that might be even worse. So how bad is it? I mean, if West gets off to a club lead, East-West can score 2 diamonds, 2 club roughs, and 2 high trumps. But that might be it. Down 1. And if West doesn't get off to a club lead, well, West doesn't sit for the double. So 2 hearts has pushed East-West into 2 spades, which isn't all that comfortable of a spot. But it looks like it might make. South leads the Queen of Hearts. Makes a lot of sense. Queen Jack 9 5th. I think a secondary consideration for South would have been to lead a trump. The opponents are in a known 4-3 fit, so maybe just pull trumps and force them to play no trumps. I think North-South are going to have to go after clubs, though, if they want any chance of beating this. Matt's still trying to give play-by-play on every match that Sweden's involved in, but only when it benefits his case. Ooh, throwing some shade into it. Gandolius says that there is a score correction in the mix in the Sweden match. Maybe we'll head over there after this match concludes. Declare has some issues in 2 spades. I mean, he knows if the defense starts playing clubs, his hand is going to get forced a couple of times. And that could be pretty uncomfortable. I mean, it's possible that Declare can try and score 8 tricks himself by roughing clubs. Like, I'm trying to think. Let's say Declare wins the King of Hearts and leads a club himself. North wins. Like the 9 or something. North returns a heart. So Declare wins the ace and roughs a club. Diamond to the ace, roughs a club. Diamond to the king, roughs a club now with the queen of spades. The 6 of spades is actually going to promote into a trick. So I think that line of play scores at least 8 tricks for Declare. He might alternatively just try and pull trumps and hope that the defense either doesn't get their act together in clubs or does so in a sloppy way so that they can't actually force him enough times. I think that's also a reasonable way to go about the hand. Yeah, so Declare is pulling trumps. North switches to the jack of clubs fast. I'm a little surprised by a club switch because after that Queen of Hearts lead, it kind of looks like North maybe should be continuing hearts. But I suppose North is well aware that the diamond suit is running. Dennis must have at least 5 diamonds for this relay and sign off in 2 diamonds. And North is the one looking at 3 small in the diamond suit. Yeah, so this is what I mean where the defense can be a little bit sloppy about playing clubs. Club to the 10, Declare can now pitch a heart and is protected from taps. So now I imagine North will continue hearts, but kind of the damage has been done. Oh my. 3 clubs down 1 in the other room in the north means that Denmark is going to pick up a few imps on this last board. How did North-South get into the auction anyway? A club pass a heart. Oh, and South doubled to show hearts. A club by West. A heart by East showing 4 more spades. South doubled to show hearts naturally. Spade by West looks like is some sort of like effectively support redouble thing. Showing 3. I don't understand double by North. South bid a no trump and eventually North-South got to their club fit. Escape for down 1. So 2 imps to Denmark. Denmark wins the match by 10. Let's head over to Sweden, Italy. Here we go. Hey, Eric. Formula 1 racing is over. This is the grudge match? Is it really? I don't think either of these teams hold a grudge against the other. Well, if there is a correction, it is incorrect on the Eurobridge site as well. Look at the play in 29 and One no trump. Spade to the queen and ace. 8 of hearts, round to the queen. Club switch to the queen and king. Diamond to the queen. Man, this has not been great defense from East-West. Heart, now East flies ace. Also incorrect. Cashes the diamond ace. Continues the 10 of diamonds. And 90. But the play was reported as down 3. I mean, how is that even possible? How could they possibly have messed that one up so badly? Down 3? This table, both rooms got to diamonds. So both East and West got to their diamond contract. Well, that was not the way the auction went. Looks like the VuGraph operator, or maybe the players, or both, have had some issues at this table, because that is definitely not the way this auction went. 3 diamonds by West, all pass. Okay, so these standings are in theory not official because they still have the mistake in the Italy-Sweden match, which, so what's actually going to happen in that match? It's going to be a 10-imp swing for Italy, or 10-imp swing for Sweden. So they actually lose by 6. So that'll get them like 3 more VPs. Okay, so Sweden will be up at 231, and Italy will be at 240. So Norway will be in the lead, Switzerland in second, Italy in third. England is separating themselves a little bit from the pack. They had a nice win over Croatia this set. They're at 235. Sweden, Poland, Denmark, all kind of solidly in 5th through 7th place. Netherlands getting the job done. Their match against Hungary, they have squeaked out the win, but it's good enough to put themselves in 8th place currently. Finland is up there in 9th now. We haven't seen them much, but they had a huge win over Faroe Islands that many of the countries are beating up on. France is in 10th. They're only a few VPs back. Spain is in 11th now. Israel, about half a match behind, as is Germany, Portugal. Belgium is close to a full match behind, and same with Latvia. But these are the standings, which I guess is visible. Yep, you all can see that. So we have 25 minutes until the next match starts. Hopefully we'll get the scores corrected before too long. But this is round 18 out of 29. So there's still 11 matches to play, which means I guess an average of 110 VPs are going to be scored. So what does that mean in terms of 8th place? Let's try and put a ballpark estimate on what the 8th place position is going to be after 29 rounds, given that they're currently at 201 after 18. So it's a little more than 10 imps or 10 VPs per round, right? Maybe close to like 11 VPs per round. So at 29, that would be 319, 320. We'll say 320. I mean, from that perspective, there are a lot of teams that are still in qualification position with 220 VPs available to go and needing to reach a score of 320. I mean, it looks like Turkey and Estonia are probably pretty close to being out of it. They would need to score 150 out of 220, which is a lot. Same with Bulgaria. They would need to score 145 out of 220, which is a lot. But Latvia would need 140. That is like 60 some percent of the VPs. It's like 63%, 64%. What's the difference between this and the running score on Lovebridge? Supposedly on Lovebridge, they've had some incorrect scores added in. I don't know what the actual difference is. But we do have an error in one of the matches. Sweden actually deserves 10 more imps in their current match because there was a bit of a misentry into the system. I wonder what these tables are. A bunch of tables are opening up. Netherlands, Sweden, Switzerland, England, Italy, Turkey. Oh, you know what we should take a look at? We should take a look at what matches are coming up next. So what's today? The 30th. Oh, wait. We only have 10 minutes. They're starting early. So Netherlands, Sweden is on, as well as Switzerland, England in the open. There's Turkey, Italy in the women's, and Netherlands, Romania in the mixed. Ooh. So Netherlands is an 8th. I think let's watch that match, just because it has a bigger impact on the current standings. But Switzerland, England would be a match that I'd be kind of curious to watch. We haven't seen much of England play. And I know that they're doing quite well currently. They're sitting in 4th. So that might be maybe a little bit of a higher skill match than Sweden, Netherlands, at least based on the current standings. Andrew Robson, David Gold is a pair. Is that actually true? I thought David Gold was playing with someone else. That might be true, though. I'm not going to take your comments at face value. Steph, completely unbiased, votes for Sweden versus Netherlands. We'll watch Sweden-Netherlands, just because it's kind of more impactful currently on the top 8. I mean, I could put up a poll, but today I'm just going to do whatever I want because it's the last day and I feel like it. We can check out the England versus Zimmerman game. I do appreciate how Zimmerman has been kind of godfathered into the only person that represents Switzerland. You know, it's not like the Klukowski England match or like the Brink England match. It's the Zimmerman England match. I mean, Zimmerman has even rebranded the team as Team Switzerland, right? He used to play under the sponsored name Zimmerman, as many sponsors do when you enter tournaments. But now he started calling himself Team Switzerland. Like, in I mean, in the NABCs, where you're required to have, like, in the ACBL, the rules are that your captain has to be at the top of the entry sheet, and that is the team name, is the captain's name. They have been called Team Switzerland, like in the Spin Gold, which is crazy to me that they're allowed to do this. Because I'm pretty sure Zimmerman's last name is not Team Switzerland. All right, Netherlands, Sweden. Rimstedt and Rimstedt playing against the Italians. They never put the names up, so I always get confused and, like, click on a table ahead of time. Let's watch. You know what? Let me look up the convention cards, and then we'll try and pick someone that I can understand their system, and then we can watch them. I think that's the plan. Which is going to be not the Rimstedts. Okay, good talk. That's a first step accomplished. Not watch Rimstedts. Good. Halt and Bertho seem to have a simple-ish system. They're playing multi. Someone explained to me what you do with game forcing hands. When you're playing multi and your 2 club opener is... Oh, sorry, the 2 club opener is 18 to 19 balanced or any game force. Okay, now I understand. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so Halt and Bertho are a good choice, as well as Selberg Anderson. So basically any table that doesn't have the Rimstedts would be fine. Good talk. Mueller and De Wees for Netherlands have a bit of a difficult system as well. Complicated to understand. All right, let's hop into one of the tables. When we get the nameplates, we'll figure out which table we're going to watch. How is it playable to have 2 clubs as 18 to 19 balanced or game forcing? It's very simple. It's actually a great system, and you get a lot of benefits out of doing this. For me personally, the one that I experienced the most was that a lot of players, because this isn't a popular thing to play in the US, but I did end up playing with quite a few Europeans during my time as a player. And so they kind of taught me this thing, and I was like, oh my God, this actually sounds really cool. We started playing it, and I was just like winning 10 imps on every hand when it came up. One of the huge wins is because you're not game forcing anymore. Like, over the normal 2 club opener, people can just come in all willy-nilly, like, I have king, queen, jack, fifth of a side suit. Like, let me preempt the auction and jump to three hearts, right? You open two clubs, it goes three hearts, and it's like pass, pass. And opener's like, well, I have the ace of hearts and I have this like 25 count. I guess I bid three now, right? And so then you just goes back to par. So people are allowed to like enter into your auction without any fear. But when you're not game forcing, it's a lot scarier for them to do it. And a lot of the American pairs that I played against would do it anyway. And we would just massacre them. We would be scoring like 500 against our part score because we were going to have an auction like a club heart 2-0 all pass or whatever. So that's one way that it wins. Another way it wins is that you can play sort of like transfers or something to get out in two of a major, as opposed to like your normal system where you get to 2-0 trump and then your partner can sign off in three of a major. So you play a level lower, small win. Additionally, the final sort of win is that, or big win, I guess, is that you get to play your transfers over your like 2-0 trump openings as game forcing. Sorry, I mean, they're playing at 18 to 19 balanced. I mean, I used to do it where we inverted the 2-0 trump opener and two clubs, two diamonds, 2-0 to show that hand type. So when the 2-0 opener is like 22 to 24, your partner can transfer and it's effectively game forcing. And so then you can effectively make your slam tries over this auction and still play it four of a major. So that's a nice win as well. Anyway, that is a thing. Eric says similar system. Yeah, so Eric does the thing that I was kind of taught, which is 20 to 21 for two clubs or game forcing. That two of a major and three of a minor are non-forcing over two clubs. There's a lot of ways to play it. I think you probably don't gain much by playing two of a major as non-forcing, because you're probably losing something like one trick on average by letting the weak hand play the contract, as opposed to letting the strong hand play it. So the fact that you're like a level lower than your counterparts, but losing a trick on average kind of washes in the end. But I think it's fine. You know, like you can play three of a minor, which is a huge win. You can't do that over a normal 2-0 opener. So even if you're not doing something super fancy where you can, like, for example, transfer to spades but not transfer to hearts at the 2 level or something like that, then you're probably still gaining. Steph says he plays two clubs as 18 to 21 balanced or game forcing without diamond one suitors. Okay. Yep. And what, you just opened a diamond with diamond one suitors and figure that if it passes out, you were pretty far away from making 5 diamonds or 3 no? Oh, 2 diamonds is a weak 2 or game forcing in diamonds. Partner can't pass your multi-opening. Yeah, I mean, that's probably not a huge thing to give up. I have seen it happen where it goes 2 diamonds pass pass. It's probably just not a big deal to not be able to do that, though. It's not going to win you a game swing at imps, right? Like, maybe at match points it's kind of a big deal. Oh, I see. Wait, hold on, Steph, are you advocating for the for the scoring up? Yes. Okay, you are. I was going to say you're advocating for scoring up plus 190. No, that's a fair point. I guess it's almost impossible for that to happen. You know, like opener is ace king queen sixth of diamonds with a game force, and responder is jack 10 seventh with like a 15 count. The opponent's like can't pass fast enough and pass out seat. Oh my god. I would love to see that. Hey, VuGraph operator, whose name is, you guessed it, Herning, has welcomed us to the match between Sweden and Netherlands. Let's check the other table quickly. They still don't have the nameplates. I guess we'll stick in this room. I was trying to avoid Deweese and Mueller. But I'll pull up their cards since we're here now. Selberg and Anderson, I think, play a very, very simple, like, 2/1 style thing. They're green sticker on their convention card, so they basically play no complicated conventions. I also like how they alert on their card, like in red highlighting. They alert multi. It's like the only unusual thing they play, and that's not very unusual for European partnerships. But okay, Deweese opens one no trump in first seat, which is, I will figure this out because they play variable no trumps. I think it's 15 to 17. It's a 14 count, but I'm pretty sure that North is treating this as 15 to 17. That's what it looks like on their card. Which seems a little bit weird. I mean, aces are good cards and he has some tens, but he's 4-3-3. All right, so 1 no, 3 no. This club lead is going to help declare out a little bit, but there's just too much work to do on this hand. All of the honors are offside. Ace of hearts is off. Both of the king, jack of spades are off. So even though declare is going to score a second club trick after this lead, he might be held to 7 tricks. Seems pretty likely, in fact. So club to the 10 and ace. I assume as declare we just cross in diamonds and lead a spade to the 10. Steph says there's a world in which he makes 6 tricks. It's true. He might misguess the clubs. I could have been hasty in my prediction of 7 tricks. I mean, I guess there's also the possibility that Declare loses, what, 4 hearts, 2 spades? No, he would have to misguess the clubs. 4 hearts, 2 spades, and 1 club is still only 6 tricks, so he'll take 7. Serves north right for the upgrade. Yeah, South didn't have a very good game force either, but opposite the 15 to 17 range, you just have to with the 4-card diamond suit. All right, club comes through to the king, so Anderson can play one back. Wait a minute. Last day on commentary. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. We are done with commentary for the Euros. I do appreciate everyone who donated for me to cover this event. But we've not had enough donations down the home stretch to keep it up. How much was missing for another day? The entirety of tomorrow. We barely made it to cover both of these matches today, and I haven't had any donations in 2 days to continue covering the event, which is fine. Like, don't feel pressured to donate money or anything. But I decided to just call it. You all did great, though. You supported me for doing commentary for 17 matches. 17 out of the first 18 matches, or 18 out of the first 19 matches, something like that. This is, I guess, the 19th match. But I think the next event that I'm going to cover will be on BBO's Vugraph, which is going to be the Spin Gold during the summer NABCs. Now I can use weekdays for other stuff. You're absolutely right about that. Oh my god. The other table played 1 no trump in the north and went down 1 with 24 highs. How does that feel? The upcoming nationals? Yeah, so I think it's taking place in Toronto. What happened on this hand? If East had switched to the Jack of Hearts, would Declare have gone down 4? Wait a second. Steph was almost like underperforming when he guessed there was a world in which Declare made 6 tricks. Because the club came through. Maya Renita, you sent a donation? Oh no. Let me think. Oh, you did. Okay, let me think. Let me think what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that is a big donation. Thank you so much for the support. Donation towards national streaming. Well, BBO is gonna I'm gonna contract with BBO to do coverage of the NABCs, as I have been doing for the past like 2 or 3 of them. So I'll be on like the official Vugraph, commentator thing over here where they have like the little window, and I'll probably be with Craig or someone else. I'll be streaming as well. I tend to pull these things up and stream on both Twitch and YouTube for the event. Yeah, we're not doing any of that sort of thing. Did we get a new sponsor? Yeah, Zimmerman finally came around. All of your hard work has paid off. Hard by East. South made a takeout double with a singleton diamond and 3 hearts. King, queen, fourth of spades. So if South wanted to get involved, this is probably the only way to do it. Sensibly. But it's not everyone's choice to make takeout doubles with these shapes. We've seen some pretty aggressive takeout doubles, though, throughout today. Mostly by Dennis Bilda. I have the feeling that he's kind of known for that, though. King of spades lead. Dennis is a god and he can do what he wants. Does he have the Zia clause on his card, though? If he doesn't, he can't do what he wants. It's only Zia that can do what he wants. I wonder if Declare's going to go down. Like, the percentage play in the heart suit is to play heart to the jack. But given the takeout double, it probably makes a lot more sense to play heart to the king. After this king of spades lead, Declare has the possibility of picking up the king queen of diamonds offside by losing 1 heart trick, crossing back to the ace of clubs. Yeah, he does play heart to the king. That's crazy. I think the takeout double won north-south this board. Because now Declare can exit a heart, and if Trump's split, he'll be able to cross to the club ace and lead spades up towards the jack 10. And South would kind of be in a pickle. If he ducks, then Declare can afford to lose 2 diamonds, and if he wins, then Declare has 2 spades to pitch 2 diamond losers, and wouldn't have to worry about the king, queen of diamonds offside. Crazy. Steph says biggest lifelong achievement was beating Dennis in an arm wrestling match. I think you still have a long and fruitful life ahead of you. Don't worry. You'll get there. and yes, you are like a couple of weight classes beyond him. Look at this, 4 hearts in the other room. You know what I bet happened? I bet South didn't make a takeout double over there. A heart, 2-no, 4... Who's bidding 2-no on the West hand? What is this 2-no bid? Okay. I don't know what 2-no Trump showed. I mean, like, it's not a limit raise, I'll tell you that much. Maybe it is. I don't know. Do people think that 4x1 with a 6 count is a limit raise nowadays? Well, 1 heart, 2-no, 4 hearts. And you know what didn't happen? Declare didn't play a heart to the king, because... why would they? No takeout double anymore. So 4 hearts comes home. Big result for Netherlands. Feels a little bit random, though. I mean, Mueller's takeout double could have gone disastrously wrong. His partner might have bid diamonds at some point in this auction. You know, it goes like heart, double, 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, and now what is Mueller supposed to do? Which pair is the Dutch East-West? Good question. I will head over to the other room. Oh, Tim Verbeek and Danny Mulliner. So they might have some sort of convention. I guess I can look up what the 2-no Trump bid is in the meantime while Declare proceeds to go down at least one in this contract from here. Their card says 2-no is 7-13 with 3 or more of the major. I mean, look, I'm not laughing at them, I'm laughing with them. Because they're the ones that get to bid this and then look at the opponent's faces after they explain. If that works for them constructively, then that feels like an impossible convention to play against. Because if they might only have like a 7 count with 4 trumps, that's like a mixed raise. And so you might want to make a takeout double. Oh, Steph says it's 10-13 with 3 or 7-10 with 4 and shortness. That makes a lot more sense. Because both of those hand types like kind of offer about the same offensive value. Okay. I'm back on board. It's still a rather difficult convention to defend against, but now I can see how it can work offensively. Mueller has to find a safe exit here, but nothing really matters. Bad invite to worst game force is the way to describe it. Depending on how weak you open, I guess. Nope, there's no way that you're convincing me Mueller is slower than Cedric after we watched them play the other day. I feel like as South, you just go Queen of Spades, Spade. He's got an account signal from his partner. So, yeah, I mean, he basically has a full count on the hand. East might have 3 diamonds and 3 clubs. East might have 4 diamonds and 2 clubs. On this layout, Queen of Spades, Spade, Declare might just take a diamond finesse into our king. A club exit could ruin the hand if Declare has like ace, queen, jack of clubs, because that would pick off partner's king, and then Declare would only need to ruff 1 club, could lead spades up, and then would be able to pitch all of his diamond losers. And obviously the king of diamonds exit might resolve the guess in the diamond suit. Well, guess in the diamond suit. It might just like blow up the diamond suit because Declare is never playing South for stiff king given the takeout double. He does choose to exit clubs though. Spade up to the queen. We know it doesn't matter. He can safely exit the king of diamonds and it wouldn't cost him anything. Have there been slow play penalties, or have they all managed to make the time limit? I think we've had multiple slow play penalties. But yeah, as Eric mentions, there are a couple of penalties somewhere for some reason. But I cannot confirm. Oh no, our VuGraph operator is giving running commentary to the table. What? Why did declare rough the 10 of spades? Hello? Excuse me? Okay, 9 tricks claimed. It looked like I guess he didn't rough the 10 of spades. He would have been down 2 if that actually happened. Oh, this is a spicy one. Steph is right. I don't know why I always doubt people when they say something in the chat. It seems like a safe thing to do as a streamer. So South gets to open. And they play some sort of like variant of strong club. So South will open a diamond. Ooh, yeah, that's interesting. So I was always curious about that. Matt says you can get penalized for not speaking English in the event. There does need to be some sort of like universal language that everyone can understand. So I guess English was just chosen because that's like the world's language nowadays. Stuff is very trustworthy. I agree. Eric says you can talk other languages, but only if the opponents agree. Yeah, so we had seen in, I guess, a couple of previous tournaments that the VuGraph operator would tell us that, like, oh, they're all speaking Italian, so I can't understand what's going on. That's something I don't have a lot of familiarity with. I played a couple of tournaments in other countries, but since the only language I spoke was English, like no one like approached me and asked like, "Hey, can we speak Finnish at this table?" I don't know what I would have said if I was asked that. If they didn't look like scumbag people, I would probably say yes, you can talk in your native tongue. I don't mind. But I guess it would be nice to kind of prevent cheating. 2 spades redoubled on this one. Ooh. Okay, what's actually going on? So South has opened a diamond. West has bid a heart. Presumably because West didn't have a way to show both suits over a diamond. 2-no trump might have been both mine. I don't know what 2-no trump would have showed. Maybe it would have been like natural? Is that a thing that anyone plays over precision diamond? I'm not sure. I mean, 2-no looks like the normal bid on West's hand, but it's fetched 2 spades. East is doubled. As Steph points out, South maybe could have redoubled. Al Hollander in the chat says 2 spades is balanced with a heart stopper. Kind of a cute way to right side no trump if your partner has like Queen Doubleton over there. Eric's used to random Italian yelling between the boards. Yeah, it all seems fine, like at the end of the hand. You finish the hand and like you're putting the cards away, and then you and your partner start talking in a different language about the board that was just played. Or you've wanted to say something about the guy on your left's funny haircut, and you just haven't felt comfortable saying it in English because it would be too insulting. So you have to wait until there's a break, make sure that they don't speak Italian, and then mention it. Ten of spades around to the jack. This is not going to be what East-West wanted in terms of opening lead. Heart. West should at least stick in the 8 or 9 to force the king. So other table made 3 no trump. After this 10 of spades lead, there's going to be 4 spade tricks, a heart, 3 diamonds, and a club. Appears to be 9. West can get thrown in, but I suspect Declare is probably just gonna... You know, I take this back. I think West is gonna get thrown in, right, for a 10th trick? West shows out on the ace of spades. Okay, Declare decides to cash the 9 of spades, but Declare can cash a couple of diamonds now as well, and find that West shows out on the second diamond, and then he can just exit the jack of hearts or lead a heart to the jack. West will have to break one of the round suits. And I think it's safe to do so. There's no real layout of the cards where cashing one more diamond and then exiting the jack of hearts when West shows out is going to cause you to go down, even though you've set up East's 5th spade. It's just an over trick, not a big deal at imps, but can still be valuable. There it is. He does exit the jack of hearts. Nice play by Mueller. So Selberg is given all the info. Declare knew, or West knew that Declare had the king of diamonds. So exiting ace of hearts and a heart was hopeless. Ten tricks. 1 imp going the way of Netherlands there. How'd they get to 3-0 in the other room? I'm curious. A club, a heart overcall. Here, West didn't have the ability to show hearts and clubs. Spade by North, kind of transferred to no trump. 1-no, 2 clubs, 3-no. $16 count from West. So will West open a no trump with this hand, or will West do something else? That is the first question. Everyone knows I'm a huge proponent of opening a no trump with these types of hands. But it's not everyone's cup of tea. If West decides to open a minor, he would choose diamonds. But there we have it. West opens a no trump. So clearly in the other room, East-West did not open a no trump on the West hand because they played 3-no from the East side. Two diamonds by East to transfer. Not sure why 2 hearts is alerted. Not sure what 3 hearts is. And I said that Anderson and Selberg were playing a simple card. Simple is relative. Maybe in this field it's a little bit complicated. Or, sorry, it's a little bit uncomplicated compared to some of the other cards that we've seen. But having just one range of no trump, I guess, makes them stand out a little bit. I assume 3 hearts is hearts and game forcing. Like, natural. Opening 1-no allows the cold slam. Sorry, is this a Jones cold slam? Yes, the Jones cold slam to be played from the correct side so that North can't lead clubs. As is usually the case with 1-no trump openers. Spade lead from North. Trying to get at spade tricks before they go away. Didn't really work out for him this time. Ace of hearts. Continues another heart. And now he can claim the rest. So that'll be an imp going the way of Sweden for getting to the heart contract. 3-no trump only made 11 tricks over there. So 4 boards in, we've seen no pushes so far. Switzerland are rolling in this set. Who are Switzerland playing against? Let's take a look. I also need to decide what we're doing for tomorrow. Am I going to be doing commentary tomorrow? Yeah, Switzerland are off to a good start. They're playing up against England, which is an important match. I mean, it's not like England is necessarily safe. They're still more than a full match ahead, close to a match and a half ahead of 8th place, which is still the Netherlands at this point. But I think everyone's going to need to reach that like 320 VP mark to be safely into the top 8. And if you get up to like 325 or 330, you're going to be feeling a lot better. Spade by East. Looks like West is also utilizing this 2 no trump bid. 3 card limit or 4 card mixed. I guess that means 3 clubs by East is asking, and now West will show his hand type. Although, on their card, again, all it says is 2 no trump is invitational plus with 4 or more hearts. They're only talking over a heart. So I actually have no idea what this 2 no trump bid shows. How does anyone utilize the WBF cards? Minimum, maybe. Hey, Bridge Bayo. There are definitely no playoffs in this tournament. Top 8 qualifier to the Bermuda Bowl. Rest of them, better luck next year. Or in 2 years, I guess. East-West do reach the Spade game. They got 25 highs between them. So it makes sense. And how's the defense going to go on this one? I assume Mueller is going to lead a diamond. You don't really want to lead from Ace-10 Doubleton of Hearts. You don't really want to lead from King-Jack 9-6 of Clubs. I could see him leading a club. Kind of... It requires the least necessary to beat the contract. Like, if partner has the singleton ace or queen of clubs or something, you might just already have the contract set on a club lead. Steph is an unbiased European, says the WBF cards are a million times easier to use than the ACBL ones. I mean, I grew up using the ACBL cards, and they seem like very straightforward to me. I know where to find all of the information, and the information is like accurate or filled out in a way that I can understand. Here, it just seems to me like the cards are lying to me. All of the system summaries. Like, there's no description of this 2 no trump bid, and over a heart, the 2 no trump bid promises 4 trumps. So the fact that West has 3 trumps here is confusing to me. I would believe if West 2 no trump was like 4 card mixed or 3 card limit, because that's what it looks like is going on. Mueller decides to lead a trump, try and kill some potential roughs in the dummy, which seems sensible. Yeah, one spade has C1 hard in the description, which makes me think that 2 no trump, under me reading the card, looks like 4 plus spades. But, oh, their card's just filled out poorly. Now you see why I'm confused. This is going to be a really difficult lead for Declare to navigate on this board in particular. It looks like he might need to guess the Jack of Diamonds. So North plays the Queen of Spades at trick 1. I'm not sure the Queen of Spades was the right card to play. I think the 9 might have been better, but either way, if Declare tried to ref clubs and dummy, it would promote a trump trick for North-South. So Declare actually does really well to set up hearts first. He might still go after club ref, though. I think it's very possible that Mueller continues the 10 of spades, for example. Declare wins the king, plays a club to the queen. Mueller, like, exits a heart or something. Declare pitches a diamond on the queen of hearts and tries to ruff a club. Is that enough defensive tricks? I haven't counted. They would get a heart, a club, a diamond, and a club over ruff. Yeah, so I think it's possible Declare goes down if Mueller continues spades. But he might play to just try and guess the diamond suit. Is also possible. Steph says, think he's going to end up guessing diamonds. I think Declare misguesses diamonds. Wait, hold on. No, never mind. Never mind. Declare will not misguess diamonds. But the defense can certainly make his life a little bit more challenging. Declare knows about the weird spade lead. Do you really think a spade is a weird lead on this auction? I mean, I don't know how South came up with a spade lead as opposed to a diamond lead. I don't think it's like that far off, but this doesn't feel like a trump lead auction, right? Maybe South thought that West was likely to turn up with club shortness, and so that's why he went with the trump lead, trying to protect his club holding. Yeah, so first things first, South needs to play something. Simone is the goat of opening leads. That is a good tidbit of trivia. So maybe he's given him some special pointers to direct him to trump leads on this type of auction. It has worked out pretty well so far. The other table made 4 spades. Actually, the other table's way ahead of us. What did South lead? South actually got off to the ace of hearts lead in the other room. Ace of hearts, heart to the 10, or 10 of hearts to the jack. And now there's a lot of things Declare can do that I believe make the hand pretty easy to play. He decides to just cash 2 trumps, play hearts, pitch, and clubs, figuring the club finesses off once he got that unusual ace of hearts lead from ace 10 doubleton. And then did end up guessing the diamond suit. The diamond guess, I think, is pretty straightforward. South holding the diamond ace as well as the king of clubs and the ace of hearts with spade shortness was very likely to have taken a call in the auction. Not guaranteed, but definitely possible. Yeah, the ACBL card has no space on it. You can't write down a lot of stuff, so you have to write down the important stuff, which is like your carding and how many cards your opening bids promise in the suit and that sort of stuff, and like high card point ranges and whatnot. So you might not be able to get as much info as on the WBF system summaries, but you get all of the stuff that personally I care about. Austria versus Israel had 9-10 scored on one of the deals. Probably this third board, right? That board 3, it was very tame in both of these rooms. 3 no trump making 10 tricks and 3 no trump making 9 tricks, but you could easily imagine it getting out of hand at some of the tables. WBF just much easier to read. I like color. Okay, I like the ACBL cards because they have color on them, so it's much more visually attractive. But like, take a look at Helgamo and Grudy's card from Norway. They have color on their card. I like their card. I guess I'm just a visual learner. I don't think that comment applies at all. Also, Mueller has been thinking for about 5 minutes. $19-13 after 4 boards, with one of them being a push, is an impressive margin. 32 imps and 3 boards. It's like a game swing on every hand. Like, I'm super averse to reading anything, which includes system notes of any kind. So when I see just like a giant dump of like black crap, like ink on a page, I run the other direction. I do not want to look at or read any of this. I can't imagine that it matters for the most part. I would just like ask my opponents questions. That's what I normally do at the table about their system. Maybe that's like bad manners in Europe because like you write out all of the system summary, so you're not supposed to field questions about your system. It's just supposed to be there in front of the opponents as you play. Okay, a heart came back. Declare played a club to the queen. Now Mueller can play back a club or a spade. And I think Declare is going to go down. I think Declare is going to try and rough that club. So this could be a big win for Netherlands as well. Yeah, Mueller plays back the jack of clubs. I mean, there are a couple of things that should set off alarm bells for Declare. The fact that Mueller returned the 10 of hearts does make it kind of sound like he's looking for a heart ruff. And now when Mueller plays back the jack of clubs, it sounds as if he has club length. I mean, he definitely has the 9 and probably the 8 as well. They're still following the protocols of the good old 1930s bridge playing before computers were invented. You can't have digital system notes. I guess it's probably a little bit too easy to like doctor those. Like in theory, you could have a third party that has access to the notes, and like if something weird happens, they could like mischievously type something into the system notes so that when the directors look afterwards, they, you know, whatever. But like you could just submit the digital summary ahead of time. I mean, I think these things are a digital summary. The online, like, printed card. Yeah, like, it... For someone who is computer literate, you could, of course, like, figure all of this out, but it's, like... I suppose, theoretically, like, a paper copy is easier to work with. Jack of spades. Oh, Declare is planning to guess the diamond suit. This line of play is insane, but it makes... This is like the worst line of play I've ever seen. There's no way this was his line of play, is there? No. VuGraph operator missed like a few tricks. I mean, there's no way they cash the jack of spades, not only setting themselves up to be tapped out in clubs where he's going to go down because the 9 of spades would promote, but also South could overruff the third round of hearts with the 9 of spades. Steph says thinks this is right. No. Nope. Well, this is worse. Okay, that also didn't happen. Oh my god. No! I mean, this is not how the play went. So, I don't know what's going on anymore, but I am confident Declare didn't cash the jack of spades and... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Please, operator, tell me that you haven't just been, like, incessantly typing in the chat. Claim of 8 tricks is accepted. That one is going to be lost to the ages. No one has any idea what actually happened. Um, I would believe Declare went down one. I think Declare probably did go down one. I don't know how they went down one, but I think they did. All right, on board 6. So Netherlands does pick up a game swing there. East gets to open a club on this one. 11 count. Balance. 4 triple 3. Vulnerable against Not. Take out double by South. Ace Jack third of clubs. 3 clubs by West. Looks like it's mixed. Maybe at this vulnerability. 4 hearts by North. He has a big heart fit. These players are not afraid of bidding. Even Mueller doubles with 4 triple 3. I mean, look what happened. He got to a non-making heart game. But you're right. Like, if the opponents are going to be opening hands like this, the way to combat a very light opening style is to bid lighter. I don't know if this is a well-known fact, but this is true. Like, if your opponents are going to be, like, opening 8 and 9 counts or whatever, you have to compete much more aggressively than you would if your opponents are solid citizens opening 12 and not responding unless they have 6 high card points. Then you can get away with passing marginal hands like this. So if Mueller is experienced playing against this Swedish pair, which I imagine he is, he probably knows their style and therefore knows that he needs to be a bit more aggressive in his bidding. Other room got to 3 hearts. With East passing, South able to open a something to something no trump. And they had an invitational auction. Stayed out of game. 4 hearts is a really bad game. Even if the trumps come home for 1 loser, you still have what's likely to be 2 diamond losers and a potential spade loser. If 4 spades went down, the Netherlands might have gotten up into 7th. Wow, who was in 7th before? Was it Denmark? I guess Eric has mentioned that Latvia is destroying Denmark, so that would make sense. I'm sorry, what? What was the 9 of clubs discard? I feel like this VuGraph operator has just lost it. Or maybe the players have lost it. Like, why would West pitch the 9 of clubs? That's a pretty important card, given that the Jack and 8 are both in dummy. Excuse me? This is not the situation you want to be giving count signals to your partner. It didn't cost, if this actually happened, because the Queen of Spades is in the pocket, and diamonds split. But this will be a part score swing going back the way of Sweden, 5 imps. I have no idea what Selberg's thinking about, just cash the 2 diamonds. Yeah, that 2 of spades. I mean, okay. I feel like the operator's just completely lost it. Eric says on 5, Four spades was indeed down 2. Confirmed. That seems like an impossible result, but I accept it. Huge defense, though, for Mueller and Deweese there to defeat that contract. Pass by South. West gets to open a spade. Gross. What do you do as North? North decides to overcall 2 hearts. I think I'm a fan of the 2-heart overcall, but God, that is scary. No heart spots, only a 5-card suit, spade length. It's just if you don't bid, you could easily miss a heart game. Head to the other table if the operator's having difficulty. I mean, I honestly don't know if the operator's having difficulty or if the players are all just having a stroke at the same time. It could be one or the other. It does feel like there have been some pretty strange plays made, but I guess it could have happened. The other table's way ahead of us, though. I don't want to miss boards. Two spades by West. Passes back around to South. Ooh. West redoubles. Hold on. Okay, North has pulled to 3 diamonds, which I think makes a lot of sense. Now East is going to rip this. Oh my god. East is cracking this and leading a diamond. I mean, it's not like 2 spades redoubled would have been good for North-South either. The contract would have at least made, and possibly with overtricks. 3 hearts by South. Pass, pass. I think East might double this as well. With a spade void, he can lead the king of clubs. I don't know. I mean, maybe East doubles this and leads a diamond. It will kind of depend on whether or not declares trumps are good, right? If East-West can get in and start cross-ruffing the pointed suits, then they're going to score a lot of tricks on defense. But if North just has like ace, king, 6 of hearts and South has queen doubleton, yeah, so East passes. He does lead the king of clubs. So I think Declare is going to escape for down 1 or 2. I guess down 2. He'll lose 3 spades, 2 hearts, and a, like, cross ruff. Yeah, North kind of got himself into a pickle by overcalling 2 hearts. I mean, South doesn't need to balance back in. Remember, children, don't compete for part scores at imps. So, you know, South balancing back in with double wasn't forced, wasn't required from South, but generally North is going to have a much better hand when they overcall 2 hearts vulnerable like this. What happens if Declare ducks this trick? Can he get out for down 1? I think so, right? If that had gone 8 of hearts, queen, low, low, West would have to play 4 rounds of spades, right? Otherwise, declare could go ace of hearts, heart. But then when East roughs with the jack, the 10 of hearts will pin East 9. And he could use a diamond entry to get over and pull trumps that way. So on 8 of hearts, queen, declare could have got out for down 1. I think West needed to play low to beat it too. Double dummy. Kind of a cute position. Oh, hello. What happened here? West tried to get a diamond rough. Oh my god, so this is down 1. Richard, thanks so much for the gift sub. Appreciate the support. And new sub, welcome to the lounge. So Netherlands ultimately picks up an imp for getting to 3 hearts on this hand. This is crazy. Hold on. I want to show this because I think this is super neat because I like card play. So you all have to sit with me and bear this. So I think the king, queen of hearts here. Oh, apparently declare can always get out for down 1. Wait, how? Because, so here, wait, what? Oh, there was no way for the defense to do it once West had split their hearts. Okay, never mind. This is less cool. Less cool than I thought. I don't know how declare gets out for down 1 if West plays a low heart, though. Oh, you just run the 8 of hearts and spades are 6-0. It's the same problem. God, okay, never mind. It literally is the exact same thing. Yeah, I think it's all in clean fun. Being like, come on, VGraph operator, do better. Everyone says it's a tough job. Players will play quickly. The operator has like a bunch of stuff to do. Like, not only follow the play, but then click on the cards so that they can enter it in. And players do tend to play relatively quickly. And I think a big thing is, like, the operator really shouldn't try and give away any tells. So, you know, like, if the operator, like, generally is pretty good about clicking cards, but then at some point, declare or defender does something weird, and then the operator, like, stops following the play, then that kind of gives away a little bit of a tell, so there's no perfect solution. I mean, the solution that I thought the ACBL implemented a while back, but supposedly just doesn't exist anymore. I don't know. Like, I remember they had these, like, barcoded cards, which they had, like, a camera above the table. Like, I played at tables with this thing in the US team trials before, where they had, like, barcoded cards, and there was, like, a little camera, and it would read the cards that were played, and that would broadcast to VGraph. So they didn't need operators. That seems like a really simple solution. I don't know how that isn't implemented. You would have imagined that technology would get better in 10 years than worse. Oh, that company died during COVID. It's too bad. Yeah, the trials on tablets was a good solution. The players control all of it. It has to be utilized through Lovebridge, but I guess it's fine. There were some issues, as Gavin had mentioned. potential UI concerns and all that. Two diamonds in the south here. So north-south were able to... I mean, south basically did all the bidding, overcalled a heart and rebid two diamonds. Other table, they reached two hearts. South was not the one to take a second call. North, in fact, doubled a spade to show spades. And then they wound up in the 5-2 heart fit, which made... Oh no! Steph! Go fix it! Oh no! Oops. You can't blame this one on me, though. That's a big L. We'll see you in 10 minutes. You gotta get an indoor garden. I think that's the solution to this issue. Clearly all my fault. Okay, I'll take the hit for the team this time. Someone's gotta take a pay cut for this, and I guess that's gonna be me. Don't worry, I'll write an apology letter to to you and everyone in your household. What is this, like, confused line of play? Declare has played a heart to the jack, so the heart suit's now blocked. I guess he's still gonna come out okay. King of diamonds, heart to the queen, diamond to the queen, ruff a heart. Seems fine. Same 110 that they scored in the other room. Okay, so through 8, Netherlands is up 15 over Sweden. Where's Matthew to tell us that he was right all along and Sweden's going to be out of the top 8 soon enough? You know, if you think about it, the rain on the clothes is just like an extra layer of wash. So you could just leave the clothes outside for like another 2 or 3 days. On the Eurobridge site, it says they doubled 3 hearts on board 7. Wow. I couldn't slip that one past Zapsniff. He's calling me out on it. That's not how rainwater works. So maybe there'll be a swing going in the direction of Sweden on that one. You wouldn't be able to record tricks quickly enough with RFID. I don't know how any of that technology works. I mean, I'm not a like electrical engineer or whatever it is. I'm not sure if it was RFID or something, but there were just barcodes and there's like a little thing that reads the barcodes. And that is not complicated at all. It's like very easy to program a thing, like computer vision wise, to read barcodes. That's very simple. It's like whenever you go to the supermarket and they have those little scanners, like you can scan items yourself at checkout. It doesn't take a long time. I don't think this is a difficult problem to solve. I don't know how much it would cost to implement this sort of technology. But it feels like a nice little thing to have. Wouldn't it cause a problem when players don't show their cards clearly? Yes. There are some problems, right? Like, it is possible that a card could get missed. And I don't know exactly the ins and outs of this. I never worked on computer vision stuff, but computer vision is like... It's a big area of research, and has been for the past like 5 or 10 years at the very least. So I have to imagine that it's could be implemented well enough. You need someone to tell the system what's happening when a claim occurs. Ah, okay, now we're getting into the stuff that probably would need to be hashed out, because claims would be difficult to show off. Huh. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to do that. I guess if the players are entering things into some electronic scoring thing, then maybe you can link the two systems together. That would be nice. In the meantime, we have an auction where everyone's just bidding the cheapest step at every opportunity. North broke the relay by bidding 3 clubs. Big mistake by him. Four spades made at the other table. Is that unusual? Oh, because there's a club ruff. Yeah, I think we could implement something simple to detect a claim. Like, the players could effectively all, like, be asked to put out, like, a little barcode that says claim on the thing, as opposed to continuing to play a card or shuffle their cards up. It would be a little bit of extra work on the players, but I mean, it's similar to using screens. You have a little bit of extra work when using screens. And you could be required to do this if you're playing at one of these high-stakes tournaments. So is 3-0 the contract, North-South? I bet South is thinking about 3-0. South has what looks like 7 potential diamond or club tricks. I don't know what North has showed, though, in this auction. I mean, it's just all relays. You can tell, though, when a relay system is designed well, is like on normal hands. I don't know if this is a normal hand, but on like most hands, where like they literally just use the next step. It's like watching the Bramley-Woolsey system. All right, 4 spades it is. So Selberg just needs to lead a club. He does. Now, South can win the ace and dump the queen, and then try the jack of spades. Let's take a look at how the play went in the other room, because a club opening lead makes a lot of sense. East is on lead. They had a little bit of an artificial relay as well over there. Club lead, ace, small, 4. This is my pouty face, in case you can't tell. I really don't like the four of clubs play from North. Declare did lead the Jack of Spades, and West erred by ducking. Needed to fly the ace, give partner club ruff. The club ruff is marked. But, I mean, ducking could be right. If East's card was the king of spades instead of the ace of hearts, then West would need to duck this trick. East wins the spade king, crosses and diamonds, and then gets a club ruff, and the ace of spades will still score. If you fly ace of spades and give partner ruff, it's going to be with their natural king of spades trick. I think it's much more likely that North has the king of spades, though, for the auction. But it's not as if West's play was nullo. West here figured it out, though. And East found the right defense. Ace of hearts, then a diamond switch. On ace of hearts heart, the contract could have made. I don't know if it would have made, but Declare could have won the king of hearts and started running clubs through West, using the eight of spades to get back to dummy. So 10 imps going the way of Sweden, and now this match is pretty close. I agree with BZL in theory that you really don't want to add changes to systems, to these sorts of systems, but I think it wouldn't be that difficult to, I don't know, my suggestion was to have like a little claim barcode that when a claim happens, the players are instructed to put that in front of the table so that the thing can read it, and then they can proceed on to the next board. And it might take a tournament or two for them to get used to it, but this would not be that taxing. At least not for me personally, like sitting at the table. It is true though that like if you ask players to change their posture and like make sure the cards are like flat on the table and like push them into a specific location, then that's then that causes problems. Well, claims aren't the problem, but it would just be like, when does the reader know that they've moved on to the next hand? That's it, right? Like, when does it stop trying to scan for more cards getting played? I believe the operators are getting paid. Basically doing it for free. So... Fun fact, I get paid less by BBO to do commentary for the US Nationals than a VUgraph operator gets paid to effectively not know the rules to the game of bridge. A lot of the US VUgraph operators for Nationals are like local college students who have never played bridge, know none of the rules, and are basically told, like, show up here and we'll give you a couple $100 over the course of the day to, like, just click some buttons on a computer. And a bunch of college students, like, jump at that opportunity because they're poor. But yeah, like, our VUgraph operators get paid very well, and they don't seem to do a very good job. There are some expert players who do the VUgraph operating. I mean, I'm not saying it's like an easy job. I just think like with the amount of money that they're paying people, they should be able to like train the person or like get better operators. So West showed both majors with the... Oh, because North-South are playing a strong club. I got you. So West double showed both majors. I was like, that's not really a takeout double, is it? South might be thinking about bidding 3-no. He might be worried he only has one spade trick on defense if West has ace-jack-10 fifth of spades, but he's likely to have multiple spade stoppers on offense because East won't have enough entries without roughing hearts. I kind of expect him to pass, but I believe that is one of his main concerns here, is that he might not be getting rich against this, and 3-no trump might just be cold his way. How is 3-no trump? Declarer will score... Oh, man. I actually don't know. I mean, if West leads a low heart at trick 1, I don't see why West would. I think he'll lead a low spade. But a low heart would give Declarer a decent amount of play, I think. No, this is Al Hollander. I don't know. I don't think you should ever say that someone has brain damage unless you're a doctor and you're like diagnosing them. That's probably not like a politically correct thing to say in 2024. He's referring to himself. Probably also not nice to say about yourself. I mean, it's like, it's one of those things that, you know, like back in the, back in like the 90s, it was funny to joke about people who were mentally slow and, you know, use words in derogatory ways, and then everyone complained, and now it's like, obviously that's not politically correct. So, kind of similarly, I don't know. I tend to be pretty easygoing about this, but I also am careful because I know a lot of people get set off about a lot of different things in this day and age. People do get offended about a lot of stuff. Even if the intentions are good, a lot of people still do not like seeing certain jokes. But I mean, it's hard. Like, you can't ban everything, right? Like, and that seems to be what most people want. Like, there's one person who gets offended at basically every kind of joke. So nowadays, it's difficult to find something that makes everyone happy. Board 9 score sheet, like the Love Bridge results on board 9, is that what you're saying? Try and find the one that stands out. Is it gonna be like 2 diamonds redoubled in the north? Three no trump appears to not be making. There's two diamonds, two spades, and the ace of hearts at the very least. You are on the Eurobridge site. I don't know how to use that site. That site is almost as complicated as the WBF system summaries. Oh my god. So here, let me make this bigger, and we can scroll through and just see if we notice anything on this. Wait, I have to be very careful. Declare is not suddenly making three no trump on this board, is he? No, he is not. Okay, well, we'll just slowly scroll through the scores, you know, so that everyone can see which one might stand out a little bit. One score looks like it didn't get entered. Could be anything, honestly. I don't know which one it might be, but 7 no trump doubled. We found the culprit. East-West have taken a lot of tricks. Looks like Declare's escape for down 2. Oh my god, the other table made 3 no trump, so Sweden has taken a lead in this match. Keycard 0 or 3 can be confusing. It can. This is why you're supposed to sign off and bid on when you have the 3 key cards, right? Wow. 3 no trump made in the other room. So South opened 2 diamonds, 18 to 19 balanced over there. Got a diamond lead. No way. Oh, and look at this cute little hand. South is gonna open a spade. God, what is gonna happen here? It's gonna start a spade 3 hearts, right? Maybe West overcalls 2 hearts. Other table got to 3 hearts doubled. A spade, 3 hearts, pass, pass, double, all pass. Sounds pretty reasonable to me. Would anyone run to 3 spades with the East hand? Probably not. That would be an amusing bid, though. Pass, pass, double. Gotta reopen with the short hearts. Absolutely just have to reopen. There's no alternative action to reopening with double. Well, I mean, fortunately for South, the other table missed the cold club slam. Sorry, cold club grand. And defended 3 hearts doubled down 1. But there might have been a better place for North-South to have ended up. on these cards. I wonder how many tables actually got to the Club Slam. I'm not sure the Grand is realistic, but Diamond to the Ace. Or maybe South ducks this. I mean, South has to know his partner has a spade void. His partner would not have led an unsupported ace of clubs if he had a singleton spade. I guess partner could have the king doubleton of spades. Wow, South also switches to a heart. I mean, I assume this was the only way it would go down one. South switches to hearts here to pull trump, rather than giving a spade ruff. Because now there is no spade ruff and the two of hearts just doesn't score. Club return, but declare ruffs, king of hearts, club return, 10 of hearts, club return, but then declare pulls last trump and his hand is good. So they could have beat this too. Actually, diamond lead at the other table, and then a heart switch. Wow. Both Souths decided to prevent a club ruff and dummy. Little did they know. There just wasn't a 3-no trump down 3 on board 12. This has been a fun and exciting match, finally. We've had some, I would say, relatively tame matches. And while 31-23 is not necessarily the biggest scoring set, it has been entertaining. So 2 imps to Sweden here. Both sides missed a big opportunity. I mean, 6 clubs is of course excellent, and after the 3 heart overcall, 7 clubs is probably close to guaranteed. Just need the heart finesse to pitch that diamond loser. I guess 7 clubs also requires trumps to split, right? Otherwise you can't rough enough things. So maybe 7 clubs is still an ambitious spot to have ended up in, but 6 clubs is good. Eric carefully following his home country's match of Latvia, and they seem to have some really exciting results on some hands. VuGraph operator continuing to give running commentary. North opens a diamond. Natural. And weak. Sorry, not natural, but weak. They're playing precision. I always forget. It just wasn't alerted, so... 2 diamonds by East, natural and confused. I mean, you can overcall 2 diamonds on hands like this. Especially if you think the opponents might be on their way to 3 no trump, and your partner needs to lead a diamond to beat it. But you do have good stuff in the majors, so if partner leads a major suit, you're not that upset. Three no by North. So the other table went down 3 and 3 no Trump. It is starting to seem like that might happen once again. I guess maybe this could make double dummy. No, probably not, right? Double dummy, you would need to win the king of diamonds, play a club to the ace, hook the jack of clubs on the way back, unblock clubs, cross to the diamond ace and run clubs, and maybe East comes under some pressure. Wait a second. Maybe that does make double dummy, but I mean, that's not a realistic line of play. I mean, for one thing, Declare is never going to pick off the singleton 10 of clubs. Maybe a little more likely to happen, given that East has overcalled 2 diamonds. But yeah, now that they've won the diamond ace, there's nothing they can do. I don't know. Does this make double dummy? This contract might actually make double dummy. It's an interesting problem. I will leave it to everyone else to figure out the solution themselves. So what's Declare gonna do? Okay, he does decide to just play on hearts immediately. I think this makes a lot of sense. If you're going to make the contract... Wow, West just flies King of Hearts. Yeah, if you're going to make the contract, you're going to need heart tricks, because I'm pretty sure the Ace of Spades is going to be mostly marked offside, given the 2 diamond overcall. So... leading hearts immediately makes a lot of sense. Well, Selberg can pitch an encouraging spade if possible. Ten of Spades is kind of an unfortunate card, I guess. Everything's going to work out just fine here, though. So Deweese now just trying to manage the damage on this one. I think he'll probably duck this trick. Even if the defense switched to spades, that 10 of spades pitch isn't going to scare him as much, because now the defense can only cash 4 spades at most. But either way, he can pitch a bunch of diamonds. And at least this way he'll set up an extra club in the south hand. But no, he flies club ace to lead a heart. Jack of diamonds. So how bad is this going to be ultimately? East can get end played into giving Declare a spade trick. But that means East is going to take 3 more diamonds, the Queen of Hearts, and the Ace of Spades for down 2, I guess. So it'll be a 2-ump swing the way of the Netherlands if they do manage to get out for down 2, reading the end position well here. A lot easier when East has overcalled 2 diamonds. You can be pretty confident about the location of the spade ace, I think. Not really sure what he's thinking about. I mean, he knows diamonds have to be 5-2 at this point. So ducking or winning the Diamond King, it just kind of doesn't matter. I don't know. Seems pretty natural to duck. Matthew has jumped off of the Sweden hate train and is now talking about Israel. Israel is into the top 8. Didn't I call it? I mean, my tier list, I think, had them in the top 8. Who was I wrong about? Does anyone know who I was wrong about? Because that would be useful information for me, specifically. I guess I was wrong about France. But who's taken France's spot? Oh, it's probably England, right? I was not too hot on England. And England is doing quite well. It is still such a close pack, though. For 8th place all the way down through 16th. In fact. Declare has read the end position well. Exits a diamond, so East is going to be end played into leading away from the spade ace, giving Declare an extra trick. Latvia now in the mix. I mean, listen, if you guys keep winning matches, you're gonna move up the rankings. That is how it works. Still some work to do, but Netherlands have been very underwhelming. Is there any team that has been whelming at the proper amount for you? So 3-umps going the way of the Netherlands, getting out for down 1 fewer than happened in the other room. Italy and Norway have been whelming just enough. So many teams so close, though. Israel, France, Netherlands, and Finland all within 4 VPs. East-West got to 1 spade on this one. That's exciting. I guess that means North passed in first seat, which seems automatic. East opened a diamond, and South either decided not to overcall a no trump or maybe made a takeout double and then just sold out when East-West got to a spade. I like a takeout double by South. Partner's a passed hand, so having a 15 count makes it a lot less likely that our side can make game. So we just want to compete for part scores, and takeout doubles are much better at doing that than no trump overcalls. So diamond, double, heart. North can double this to show hearts if he wants to. But he decides not to. 1 spade by East. Alerted, probably showing an unbalanced hand. There it is. PGS likes 2 hearts on the North. Maybe a bit light. Deweese just passes out a spade. I mean, again, don't compete for part scores at imps. This feels like a spot, though, where maybe North has a pretty good reason to balance with 2 hearts. Same auction in the other room. Not really. A diamond double, redouble by West. Showing hearts. And North bid 1 heart anyway. Then 1 spade by East. So in that room, North has less of a reason to bid because he already overcalled a heart, or showed his hand. Still, you might expect for your partner's takeout double that sometimes they have 4 hearts. Or even 3 to an honor. And you have a fit. Trump lead from South. Often a good opening lead against one of the major contracts. Or one of the majors where they're in a 4-3 fit. Okay, Declare goes after hearts. Now, he might run the Jack of Hearts. He's probably pretty confident the ace is on side. But if he goes up the King of Hearts, does he have enough tricks? He can win this, ruff a heart, diamond to the ace, ruff a heart, diamond ruff, heart ruff, diamond ruff. Oh my god, wait, maybe he does have enough tricks. He can score all 5 of his trumps. Oh, no, he can't. No, he can't. I'm sorry. South has 3 hearts. Okay, I was getting ahead of myself. But South will be unplayed into giving him a club trick. I think he makes it now. He's going to ruff a heart, diamond to the ace, ruff a heart, diamond ruff, heart ruff with the Jack of Spades. If this holds, he can lead another diamond. And the 10 of spades will be the 7th trick. And if the Jack of Spades doesn't hold... Well, let's just see. Okay, he decides to cash the diamond ace. Now, this doesn't seem like the right line to me. Because I think hearts are very likely to be 4-4, given that North never took a call after the takeout double. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this line of play from Declare, but it looks like it might come out the same. So now a low diamond ruffed. And a heart ruffed. Yeah, okay, I guess it's not good enough. But wouldn't he have made this if he had timed things in a different order? Maybe that's just not true. I guess maybe, I don't know. We'll look at this. Pull it up in the. What did Declare do in the other room? Same trump lead to the king and ace. King of clubs out of hand. I see. Diamond to the ace. Then the jack of clubs. Interesting. Queen of spades and a spade. Declare then led the 10 of clubs and did not take very many more tricks after that. Wait! Declare took 7 tricks. What happened? I wasn't watching. I was looking at the other table's play. Oh no. Now he's making over tricks. He's just making 3. What? Wasn't he making over tricks there? Anyway, I mean, he made 2, supposedly. What happened? Oh, he already had 7 tricks in. Oh, I'm so dumb. I guess I was trying to make 2. And I did not, and I think I managed to only make 1. But yeah, the cross-ref line just works, right? This was not a complicated line of play for anyone to figure out. Declare just roughs hearts and diamonds. He took a diamond, a heart, the ace of spades. Oh, that was the trick that I miscounted. So he had 3 tricks in. He only needed 4 roughs. Yeah, nice result for Sweden. They pick up 5 more. So Netherlands still kind of teetering on 8th, 9th, 10th place. South gets to open a strong club. West decides to pass. West does not decide to pass. There we go. 3 club overcall makes a lot of sense. 3 diamonds showing hearts. Looks like North is treating his hand as a positive, figuring the king of clubs is a good card after the 3 club overcall. He is incorrect about that. But I wonder what South is going to do. The opponents have done a good job preempting the strong club. Wait, how do you see the play record stuff? Is that something the Eurobridge site has? Because Lovebridge doesn't. Also, wait a second. How can they have the play records, but they don't have a way to automate this? That either means they have a bunch of people standing around and just recording play, in which case they could have had more VuGraph tables, which, like, that has to be a better way of doing this. Or they already have the technology for keeping track of which cards get played. They have cameras at every table. Great! Let's use this to, keep track of the play so we don't have to have VuGraph operators. Well, East-West did a good job. North-South, I guess, got into a little bit too much trouble on this one. I wonder if North's double of 4 clubs was something in particular. It seems like double should be penalty-oriented, which is what North has, right? North has a minimum in terms of high card points and defensive values in that Club King. I guess South just didn't believe him, or not really sure. Maybe South was hoping his partner had 6 hearts and could bid 4 hearts over 4 diamonds. Is one club not strong from South? It is. One club is strong. You don't think people can open a strong club with a 15 count? Also, conventionally, they have 15 plus as their strong club. Another upgrade that didn't work. Exactly right. Although, wait a second. Okay, no more waiting a second. Declare could have gotten out for down 1 if he had gone Ace of Hearts, Heart to the Jack, and then used both his King of Clubs and King of Hearts to pitch spades, but obviously he was just hoping that the trumps split. If you aren't allowed to psych the 2-club opening, you can't psych the strong club. Well, you're allowed to deviate in terms of high card points by small margins. Like, if one club is supposed to promise 16 and you do it with a 15 count, I think that's okay. In the ACBL, I think it's considered a psych, but most places you're allowed to... Like most places don't have a high card count for opening bids, right? It's like if your 1 spade opening bid, your 1 spade opening bid is like in opening hand up to whatever's not your game forcing opener. So if you open a spade with 10 and someone calls you out and they're like, hey, your card says 11 to 21. Like, I mean, no one actually plays 11 to 21. Like, that's not a real thing. You've seen some players open their strong club with 14 this week, which is a psych. It does start getting into like a little bit more gray area. I think the way that I would phrase it is, if I asked a player about their strong club and they said it is 16 or more high card points and that was it, and they opened it with 14 despite having like a very offensive oriented hand and like really strong trick taking hand, then that would upset me, because I think the proper way to announce it or to explain it would be to say it's 16 plus, but sometimes we will do it with very strong offensive-oriented hands that can take a lot of tricks. And then I would understand that, like, they might do it with 12, right? Sometimes. I mean, maybe I could ask follow-up questions at that point, but that would be a fair way to describe it. But if someone just says 16 plus in terms of description, and I don't choose to trust the WBF system summaries at all on this. Is King Jack, Singleton, Ace King 8, Queen Doubleton a strong club? I mean, I wouldn't open that a strong club, but if that's in someone's agreement, then sure, they're allowed to, right? As long as they explain it. Like, you can open a club with that hand, but I think the proper way to go about it is to explain your strong club, either if asked or prior to the start of the round, and just be like, sometimes we'll do it with a distributional hand that has offensive strength, even if it doesn't have the right amount of defensive strength. Steph says a deviation of 2 or less high card points from range is not a psych. I think it is in the ACBL. I think you're only allowed to deviate by 1 high card point or 1 card in length. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I remember about ACBL rules. Like, it's certainly the case that if you open a no trump with 14 more than like once a year, then you're required to announce your no trump opening range as good 14 to 17. That's a fact in the ACBL. East-West got to 3 diamonds. Something went wrong. A spade, 2 spades, West balanced double on the Doubleton spade. I don't understand why people do this. I feel like this is a very retro style of bridge. I'm going to continue using this word until someone tells me they're offended by it. Like, Owen got offended when I called one no trump forcing old school. He said I should call it retro. So now we're calling everything retro. Like, one thing that Kurt has told me many times, because he plays, or he reads a lot of, like, he reads some bridge books that tend to be written in like the 1970s or whatever by Mike Lawrence or whoever, is that he really hates letting the opponents play like 2 of a major or 1 no trump, and he's like, I always balance. And I think that used to be probably the correct way to play bridge back in the old days, when you weren't overcalling aggressively, you weren't opening aggressively, and the opponents would always have a fit when they got to 2 of a major, and they would always have, you know, they would always invite opposite their no trumps, so they wouldn't be playing a no trump with like 24 highs, which... Did that happen in this set, or did that happen in an earlier set? There was one hand where someone played 1 no trump with 24 highs, and they went down, by the way. So if you're balancing over a no trump when the opponents could have 24, be ready for a world of hurt to come your way. So this decision by West to like pass over 1 spade, so clearly West doesn't have a real takeout double, and then reopen double over 2 spades, this is going to alert more non-retro, I don't know how to term it other than modern bidders, to the fact that West just doesn't have a real hand, and now we should be going after them. So 3 diamonds goes down 2. Sweden wins another imp for the part score, but 3 diamonds could have gotten doubled, and then they would have lost a chunk. Oh my god, yeah, someone brought up in the chat, I don't know who Yuval is, but Switzerland and Italy are playing right now. Is that true? And they played yesterday in the Euro Cup. Italy got demolished, by the way, if anyone watched the Euro Cup yesterday. I didn't see much of it. My commentary ended kind of midway through the first half, I think. But Switzerland took them to town. Spade, a no trump. That looks game forcing to me. In other news, oh yeah, there's more Euro Cup matches on. That has been my go-to after the stream for the past week, is to get some food and watch the latter half of the first game of the day. Slovakia's beating England. Oh, that's going to be a big upset. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for whoever loses, Slovakia doesn't have a bridge team. So there will be no rematch. Well, this is a big system hole. Having to jump all the way to 3 hearts to show 6-4 in the majors. No, I mean, this is probably an unusual enough shape that... No. Al Hollander tells us that 3 hearts is actually exactly 6-4-2-1 distribution. Kind of crazy. I feel like Netherlands has whelmed approximately the right amount. They have a good team, but there are also like quite a few other teams that I would say have a good team in this event. I wonder if South is... Or I wonder how South is going to try and move towards a slam. Because slam could be almost cold. If that King of Hearts was the Queen of Spades... I mean, slam is effectively on 3-1 trumps. Unblock the club queen, pull 3 rounds of trumps, pitch all the heart losers on the ace king jack of clubs. Who's this VuGraph operator? The last comment was from the VuGraph operator, saying that 6 spades is an okay contract, about 50%. Oh, whoops. I brought up the scoreboard from... That was an oopsie. I didn't mean to bring up the scoreboard. I still have that, just in case I need to use it again. I probably will. I probably will use the scoreboard for the spin gold when that happens next month. There are so many alerts right now. West has alerted his pass of 4 spades. That's special. Oh. Huh. How does Deweese feel about his card? Yeah. I had a feeling this was coming. Deweese knows that they've had a bit of a struggle on the back half of this set. So here is actually like a really interesting VP consideration. right? In a straight up imp knockout match, getting to a 50-50 slam effectively is 50-50. You're either going to win 11 or you're going to lose 11. Or you're going to win 13 or lose 13. And that's it, right? Like, so if the slam is approximately 50%, which is like pretty close to this Trump holding, needing to pick it up for no losers. Oh, this is going down too. Then it's kind of a wash, like whether you bid it or not. But here, if you know you're behind, because the VPs are less valuable for your opponents the more they get ahead, Deweese actually has like odds in his favor for bidding this slam. So the fact that he was behind meant that if all he needed was to pick up the Queen of Trumps in a 9-card fit, if he can bid the slam and win 11 and pull the match closer back to even, then that gets his side more VPs than he's risking by losing 11 and bidding the slam and going down. So I think the fact that he was not doing well in his mental scorecard based on what had happened makes it so that the slam actually like has better odds, which is weird. I've never thought of this idea before, but I'm just kind of noticing it now. Oh, that's the end of the match. Oh my god. And this is the women's, right? Italy against Turkey. So let's pull up the let's pull up the scores and take a look. Where do all of the teams stand? Here we go. So Sweden, big win over Netherlands there. They're now sitting comfortably in 4th place. England has fallen to 5th, but they're still well ahead of Poland, who is kind of stranded by themselves in 6th. Almost 10 VPs on either side of them. Denmark solidified in 7th. Israel has made their move. I think Israel was not in the top 8 until right now. It took them 19 rounds to get here, but with a big win over Austria, Israel moves up into 8th place currently. France sitting in 9th, so they're on the outside looking in. Then Finland and Netherlands, but all of these teams are in close contention for that one final spot. Spain sitting back there at 203, and Latvia, Portugal, Germany, Belgium, all over 190. But I think that 320 point mark is where all the teams are probably going to be looking to reach, because that's kind of what I've estimated to be about 8th place's score after 29 rounds. So 10 more rounds to go. Let me look up the schedule for tomorrow, because I think what this means is that I will be doing commentary for tomorrow. So I will tally up all of the new donations that we've received, including subs and everything, and get the little donation tracker back up on screen for tomorrow. England-Slovakia football or soccer game is a good one to watch. So schedule tomorrow is going to be back to the normal start times. So 10 a.m. local time, for me 4 a.m. Eastern time, 1:15, so there will be about an hour break between the first and second matches, and then I guess there's not much of a break between the second and third matches. They're starting things a little bit earlier because they're trying to get 4 rounds in for some of the other events that are going on. But anyway, so this means I will be back again tomorrow, 4 a.m. Eastern, for the first match of the day. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. Hopefully everyone has a good start to your week. And I will see you all next time.